Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Ladoke, Akintola, University of Technology, Ogbomoso, Nigeria. Good morning from LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group, Nano Plus. We welcome all our participants. First and foremost, let me welcome the Vice Chancellor, who's already with us, Professor Emo Ologunde. You are welcome, sir. We welcome our lead speaker, Dr. Michael Sivajavi from Linköping University, Sweden. He's already on the platform with us. I can see so many erudite scholars, professors, distinguished academia, and a whole lot of people from Nigeria, from the rest part of the world. I can see my friend, Professor Gwegim Kana from University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. He's one of our invited lecturers. I can see officials from the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. I can see Dr. Nandita Dasgupta from Lucknow, India. She's one of our invited guests, invited speakers. I can see one of our moderators, Professor Ehi Rahim, of Department of Civil Engineering here in LAUTECH. I can see the Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Professor Jeka Yinfa. Thank you for your assistance all the time, sir. I can see people from Federal University, Wukari, John Wansa. You are welcome. There are a lot of people here. And if I may inform you, we already have 63 participants in. The program will commence at 10 a.m. prompt, GMT +1. And what we have here is to whet your appetite with some of the activities of LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group. I can see my friend, Dr. Gani Ojo Adigun from the University Library here in LAUTECH. I can see Dr. Adeola Kola Mustafa, a pharmacist from University of Ilorin. I can see Professor Bolanle Akinwande, the immediate past director of quality assurance at LAUTECH here. I'm thrilled seeing a lot of people here. I can see Dr. Anikola of chemical engineering department here. I can see my brother, my uncle, my mentor, my teacher, my senior, Dr. Adebisi Tiamiyu Musefiu from University of Medical Sciences, Ondo, Nigeria here. People are joining. So as I said, we are trying to whet your appetite with some of the activities of LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group, the research group which was formed in the 2014. So we have a running slide that chronicles our activities over the years. I will hand over to very soon I will hand you over to our legendary moderator and a member of the research group, in actual fact, the technical editor of the research group, Dr. Teslim Babatunde Asafa, a mechanical engineer. Let me reiterate that LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group is a multidisciplinary research group consisting of microbiologists, people in the life sciences. I myself am a microbiologist. I'm Agbaje Latif. I'm a professor of microbiology by the special grace of God, and I'm the head of the research group. So we have a microbiologist among us, like Dr. Adebayo Elijah, like Dr. I.C. Oladipo. We have a zoologist among us who specializes in environmental toxicology. That is Professor T.A. Yekin. He's the head of the Department of Pure and Applied Biology at LAUTECH. We also have a botanist and a professor of genetics and biotechnology, Professor M.A. Assis. You'll be hearing his voice later on. He's also a moderator for this program. We have a biochemist, Dr. J.A. Badmos, from the Department of Biochemistry of LAUTECH. And we have 3 physicists among us. Professor Y.K. Sanusi is the current Deputy Dean of Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences in LAUTECH. You have Dr. M.K. Awodele, and you have Dr. O. Adedoku. And lastly, we have 2 gentlemen from Department of Mechanical Engineering. We have our home professor, M. Odurowoju, Professor of Mechanical Engineering, specializing in composite, material science, and engineering. And we have Dr. T.B. Asafa, as I said. He will be the major anchor of today's program. Dr. T.B. Asafa is a mechanical engineer with bias for nano fabrication and nanotechnology. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to yet another program event in the annals of LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group. This is our 4th international conference. We started in 2017, we had in 2018, we had in 2019, and here we are today, despite COVID, despite the restrictions, despite the constraints imposed by COVID. We determined and we did tell ourselves we must forge ahead, and that is why we are here today. The theme of this year's conference is human existence and resource utilization. You will all agree with me that the existence of human being has been severely threatened all over the world by the incidence of COVID-19. And this has also impacted greatly on how we make use of our resources. It is part of what we are doing today. Ordinarily, if there is no physical distancing, social distancing, if there has not been any constraint, people will have gathered here, we will have mobilized a lot of resources to organize this as a physical meeting. But now we are making use of technology. We are rationalizing resources to ensure that yet, if we cannot meet physically, we will still be able to also do something. And that is what nanotechnology is all about. It's about resource utilization. It's about studying materials at a nano scale level to reveal their new set of properties and the applications to which they can be put into. This technology is ravaging every aspect of human endeavor. It's applicable to every sphere of the human existence. And so the theme has been so crafted for us to have a reflection of the past and look at the present and project into the future. That is why we are here today. So it is the 4th in the series of the international conference to be organized by LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group. Before I hand over to the moderator, I want to pay homage to the university, Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, my alma mater, the university that is redefining the landscape of research in science and technology, not only in Nigeria, but all over the world. This activity that we are having today is one of several activities that are taking place at Ladoke Akintola University of Technology. Since the advent of COVID, this will be the 2nd international conference to be organized by research groups in the university. Last week, the research group in the Faculty of Informatics and Computing and Informatics held an international conference, and we have ours here. Also, for the past few months, there have been a series of webinars on different areas of knowledge that have been delivered by people from Nigeria, from outside Nigeria, and 28 of them have been held so far. This is unprecedented in the history of Nigerian universities. It means that we are still contributing to knowledge despite the challenges that we have around. So I want to sincerely, on behalf of the LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group, thank the university administration, past and present, for their investment in research and technology, for promoting research and technology, for giving us a support. We will say more about this at the opening ceremony. I also want to put on record the support from the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. Here I can see Federal Ministry of Science and Technology here. I can see a lot of people from there here. I can see Idris Asifau from Federal Ministry of Science and Technology. I'm quite sure that we are going to have the minister with us on this platform because I can see the officials of FMST there. So on behalf of the LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group, we want to thank you for your support for our programs over the years. They were with us in 2018. The Honorable Minister of Science and Technology sent Professor Umar to represent him at our international conference. In 2019, he also sent representative. And the permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology also sent a powerful delegation made up of 5 scientists and technocrats from the ministry to represent them at our conference. Today, we also have them in our midst. I want to thank all our senior colleagues who have been giving us words of advice, words of encouragement, and support in different ways. I will not forget the former Vice Chancellor, the immediate past Vice Chancellor of this university, Professor A.S. Badegesi, under whose tenure this research group was given birth to, and for his efforts at supporting the activities of the research group. In the same vein, I thank all the principal officers, past and present, for the various roles that they have played in giving institutional support for the research group, in supporting us in one way or the other. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have so many people joining us. Now we are 86 in number on this platform. This platform will be able to accommodate 500 participants. So we can tell our friends, tell our colleagues to join us. And then we have made a provision for YouTube link. So in case we are more than 500 here and people cannot enter into this room, you'll be able to watch us live on YouTube. We are deploying technology in promoting nanotechnology. Let me say that we want to thank the Faculty of Engineering and Technology under the leadership of Professor Jeka Yinfa. We are making use of one of their facilities as the control room for this webinar. Sir, we are grateful for your constant support. So welcome all of us. I hope we are enjoying the running slides. I hope we are enjoying Distinguished participants, uh, everything is on course. As I said, we are starting the program 10 on the dot. Already here, we have 92 participants that have joined us, from within and outside the country. We already have the key players here. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Emo Ologunde, fellow Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, is already here with us. We also have the ministry officials from the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology with us here. The late speaker, Dr. Mikael Svajavi from Linköping University, Sweden, is already with us here. So many of our guest lecturers at plenary and the technical sessions are also here. I've also seen series of our senior colleagues in academics from Ladoke University of Technology, Ogbomoso, and other universities around the world already with us here. I can see participants from Saudi Arabia. I can see participants from India. I can see participants from South Africa. I can see participants from Sweden. I can see participants from China. Akintola, you are welcome. Very soon, I will hand you over to the moderator. Professor Maruf Oke, you are welcome. The Director of Academic Planning, LAUTECH, Professor Akande, you are welcome. I can see you. I can see a lot of scientists here. Dr. Majolagbe, you are welcome. Please forgive me if I don't mention your name. I'm just going through. I can see Lorika Bikis from University of KwaZulu-Natal. She's one of our collaborators. She's a specialist in electron microscopy, and she's going to share her experience with us at a technical session today. Lorika, you are utmost welcome. It's nice seeing your face here. I do hope that you are very okay. I can see a lot of our students, postgraduate students. This year, Adurodola, you are welcome. Elegbede, you are welcome. These are students that serve as our backup in nanotechnology research here in LAUTECH. Badmos, you are welcome from Saudi Arabia. We have a lot of people here. We are now 100, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are now 100. We still have some 18 minutes for the commencement of the program. I hope we are enjoying the running slide. You know, as I told you earlier on, these slides chronicle our activities. They're kind of a summary of our activities since we started in 2014. And this is to tell us that if you can do it at LAUTECH, you can also do it in your various universities, particularly Nigerian researchers. There's always strength in unity. You can come together. Despite our challenges, we can come together. We can rationalize resources. We can harmonize our expertise, and we come out stronger. That is the lesson that I have since the formation of this research group. Between 2015 and now, this research group has contributed 100 research articles, 100 research articles in different areas of nanoscience and nanotechnology in top-notch journals around the world. All this can be verified from our website, which is regularly updated. It's a very robust website. And I know that website has promoted our activities. And the website was launched in 2016. And as of this morning, more than 1,009 people have visited the website. All our activities are provided. All information about all our activities are provided on the website. So our activities crisscross life sciences, physical sciences, engineering, agriculture, and we have been able to collaborate with researchers from several universities in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. We are collaborating with the King University of Petroleum and Minerals in Dharan, Saudi Arabia. We are collaborating with the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, and a lot of other scientists here and there. Dr. Nandita has assisted me to facilitate a fellowship for one of my PhD students, Dr. Nandita. Doctor, I want to publicly acknowledge your efforts in supporting our research activities. I got to know Dr. Nandita when she requested me to contribute to one of our books published by Springer on environmental nanotechnology. And since then, we have collaborated on a number of research activities. She will also be here. She's going to deliver a lecture tomorrow, looking at the controversies surrounding toxicity of the nanoparticles. She's an expert in that area. She has edited more than 10 textbooks for Taylor and Francis, Elsevier, and Springer. So Dr. Nandita, once again, you are welcome. So as I was saying, there's always a strength in diversity and unity. And that is what LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group has been able to achieve in the last 6 years. We want to thank all of you for supporting us, because if we have called on you and you refuse to yield to our cause, then we will not be here today. I want to inform you that almost about 120 participants registered for this year's conference, despite the challenges of COVID-19. And 43 abstracts were accepted for presentation in 2 sessions. We are going to have biomedical session, and then we are going to have physical science stroke engineering and technology session. Aside that, we have invited 9 seasoned researchers that are conducting top-notch research activities in different areas of nanoscience and nanotechnology. Dr. Mikhail Sivajavi is a physicist with bias for material science. He has worked on different nanomaterials, including graphene. And he's a facilitator of an innovative agenda in nanotechnology. I'm quite sure this morning, this lecture is going to energize us. How can we innovate in our research activities? How can we take our research activities to the next level, if I may use that term? So we are going to benefit immensely from his lecture. Dr. Nadita, as I said, will also talk to us. Dr. Lurika Bikis will take us through electron microscopy, which is an important technique or procedure in characterization of the nanomaterials. We have a Professor Saka Abdulkarim, who is also the leader of Nanotechnology Research Group at Federal University of Technology, Minot. He's going to share with us the use of nanotechnology in ways in the treatment of water. We have Dr. Elemike, who is going to talk to us about carbon nanotubes and the quantum particles. Dr. Elemike is a chemist at the Department of Chemistry, Federal University of Petroleum Resources, Efurun, Delta State, Nigeria. We have Dr. Alabi from Federal University of Technology, Akure, who is going to share his experience with us on how to assess research opportunities in terms of a grant, in terms of fellowships, particularly for our young and upcoming scholars, master students, and the PhD students will benefit immensely from his lecture. We also have our own Nigerian kingpin of nanotechnology, Professor E.O. Dari, Enoch Dari. He's of Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. Professor Dari is the first appointed professor of nanotechnology in any Nigerian university. He's a widely traveled scholar that has more than 100 papers on nanotechnology to his credit, and the patents equally. Professor Dari will talk about how nanotechnology can be used to prevent counterfeit in different aspects of human endeavor. Professor E.B. Gwegukana, a long-standing friend of about 30 years of the Department of Microbiology at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, is going to bring nanotechnology into microbiology. It's going to situate nanotechnology in microbiology, particularly in bioprocess development. He has used nanoparticles in bioprocess development to increase microbial activities in the area of generation of microbial fuels. So Professor Kana is already with us. You are welcome once again. These are the people that you have invited to come and share their wealth of experience. with us. And I hope we'll be able to, we will get a lot of inspiration from all these lectures. We sent out guidelines on the conduct of this conference. I want to appeal to us that we make sure that we are at least on 4G network, and we are in a place where the network is okay. Where we are now, the network is okay, but at the reception level, wherever you are, if the network is bad, the voice may be cracking, you may not be hearing us very well. This is a challenge of online seminars and things like that, which nanotechnology can assist us to solve. So I'm calling on our communication engineers, on our ICT specialists. They also have a role to play. Nanotechnology has a role to play. It can be deployed to enhance performances of their activities. So kindly bear with us. People are hearing me live and direct from the control room here at Ladoke Akintola University of Technology. Please, if you have any challenge, make sure you are on 4G network and make sure where you are, the network is at the optimum. I do hope that you are enjoying the running slides. I can see us here. You can see me with the then Director of Academic Planning. You can see us here with Professor Akinwande, former Director of Quality Assurance, where we pay homage. You can see us here with former Registrar of the University. You can see us here with the immediate past Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Sulaiman Gbade Gessin. Professor Sulaiman Gbade Gessin will also be here with us. He has assured me of that. You can see one of us, Dr. Awodele, make a presentation here to the research group. We lay emphasis on that. And you can see some of our activities here. You can see lectures being delivered by some of us at the workshop. You can see participants at the 2018 workshop on synthesis of nanoparticles. You can see participants synthesizing nanoparticles in the laboratory. You can see us with some of our ogas. That is Professor Fawole, the immediate past Director of Polytechnic Ibadan. You can see us here with participants. This is a late Professor Umar, who represented the Honorable Minister in 2018. You can see him making the speech there. You can see our VC with one of our retired professors, our father, Professor Sudino. You can see children that we invited. We are catching them young to know about nanotechnology. You can see participants at the 2018 workshop. You can see participants. That is at the opening ceremony. I can see Dr. Igi, Dean of Student Affairs. I can see my PRO. I can see Professor Dusi. A lot of people here. I can see Professor Akintola. I can see my dean making the speech. You can see my supervisor, Professor Loke. You can see some of us here. You can see participants at the opening ceremony. You can see us with the Vice Chancellor, with the Deputy Vice Chancellor here, Professor Liansu. You can see us doing the sensitization with Professor Fawole. I welcome Dr. Ezike from National Center for Technology Research, NACITEM. You can see us here with Elder Professor Ajao. I will now hand you over to the moderator, Dr. TB Asafa. Dr. TB Asafa, you are.
Thank you, my chairman, Nanotechnology Research Group, LAUTECH. I want to welcome all our participants, including the invited guests to this important conference. As the chairman stated, this is the fourth conference organized by Nanotechnology Research Group. We want to specifically thank the Vice Chancellor and the University Management for their support. We have been receiving this support for a very long time, since 2016, that we formed this research group. All the Vice Chancellor, the previous Vice Chancellor and the current one have been our pillar of support, and we want to appreciate this. We also want to appreciate all our invited guests. I know it's not so easy inviting people all over the world to give a presentation here. So we want to thank you specifically. The Ministry of Science and Technology, we welcome all the participants. We also welcome all the other participants who have submitted abstract and those who didn't submit abstract. We welcome all our students. We welcome all our colleagues and senior colleagues here in LAUTECH and all over the world. We thank you so much for being with us at this particular time. We have seen that the coming of COVID-19 is changing the landscape of everything. Now we are deploying technology to promote nanotechnology. And let me also say that in our previous conferences, we usually don't have presentations outside the country, but this time around, we have a few number of presentations outside the country. And we can say thanks to COVID-19 that has brought out the use of Zoom and other platforms where presentation from anywhere you are is being made possible. We want to thank you all. Now, this is 10 o'clock here, directly from the CAT Center of Ladoke, Akintola, University of Technology, LAUTECH, where we are broadcasting to you all over the world. Officially, let me say good morning to you, good afternoon to you, and good evening to you, depending on where you are all over the world. I'm going to copy my Vice Chancellor with that. So we welcome you all, and we are going to start the program officially. So let me take you through what we have for this program. I will stop this slide, and then I will share another slide, which is directly linked to the program that we are having today. So as I said, this is LAUTECH Nano 2020, which is the fourth conference organized by this research group. We welcome the Minister of Science and Technology. We welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ologunde, and all invited guests. So on behalf of LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group and the chairman of the group, Professor Latif, I want to welcome all of you to this two-day conference. I want to quickly take you through one of the informative websites in the area of nanotechnology research, and that is LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group. So I will take you just 1 or 2 minutes to take you through our website, www.nanotech.lautech.edu.ng. We have been operating this website, I think, just a few months after the research group was founded, and you can see the home page of our website. And from the home page, you can access a lot of information, starting from our team to our latest publications to the workshops and conferences. And let me also say that we're happy to inform you that we have already uploaded over 70 publications on our website. You can take a look at them. So we can take a look at them and then download them or make a request for those papers. like we did in the running slide, we have also incorporated a lot of images from our previous events. We can take a look at them from our website. They are all uploaded on our website. Almost all the events we have been doing since the LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group was founded. We have also had a lot of things being said to us by the media. We can also explore that. And for every link you press, it will take you to the paper that actually talk about LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group. You can also download our report of our previous activities, either that of last year, that of 2 years ago or 3 years ago, our communiques, some reports. You can have everything about the research group. Now, so we want to start the program by inviting the chairman of the research group. But before I do that, let me inform us that the Minister of Science and Technology is ably represented by Mr. M.E.J. Basse, who is also the Director, Department of Chemical Technology, FMST, Abuja. Thank you, sir, for joining us. So I have the pleasure of inviting the chairman of the research group, in person of Professor Agbaje Lateef, to give his opening speech. All right, maybe before I do that, let me just quickly take us through the program of today. As we are seeing on the screen, the first thing here is the chairman's speech, which is going to be given by Professor A. Lateef. Then we are going to have the O speech, which is going to be given by Professor Oladipo, who is currently the Dean, Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences, LAUTECH. And then this will be followed by the Chief O speech, which is the Vice Chancellor, Professor Michael Oluvisaya Ologunde. Then we are going to have an opening poll for about 5 minutes. We'll explain the result of this poll. And then we are going to go to the minister's speech. And that will be given by Engineer Dr. Gonaya Hono, who is ably represented by Mr. M.E.J. Basse, the Director of Chemical Technology, FMST, Abuja. After that, we'll go to, the minister is going to launch our Nano Plus website as well as journal of the Nanotechnology Research Group, which we christened Nano Plus, Science and Technology of Nanomaterials. The website is ready for the launching by the Honorable Minister. After that, we invite the lead speaker, Professor Mekahei, to give his presentation. However, just before then, the citation of the lead speaker is going to be given by Dr. J.A. Badmos. So after the lecture by the invited lecturer, we are going to have closing remark for this opening ceremony. So we'll go for about 15-minute tea break, where we can take tea anywhere we find ourselves. And then we are going to start the workshop. We are going to have 2 workshops, workshop 1 and workshop 2. The workshop 1 will be given by Dr. Bikos from South Africa, University of KwaZulu-Natal. And the workshop 2 is going to be given by Dr. Alabi of Department of Biology, Federal University of Technology, Akure. After that, we are going to have another poll. Then after the poll, we are going to have question and answer and then 1-hour lunch break. Thereafter, we'll go on breakout section for each of the technical section. As explained by the chairman, we're going to have 2 technical sections, the physical and engineering sections, and then the biomedical section. So, and we are going to be on the breakout for the rest of the day. Then we'll come back from the breakout room to the general room where we're going to round up for today. And then we'll expect all the participants to join us tomorrow. So, all right. Now, let me say a few things about the rule of engagement. All right, so let me invite the chairman of the research group, Professor Latif, to give his opening remark. Professor Latif, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Engineer Ogbonaya Onu, ably represented by the Director of Chemical Technology, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, Mr. M.E.J. Bassey, the Vice Chancellor, Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Professor M. Ologunde, the principal officers of the university, our lead speaker, Dr. Mikael Sivajavi from Linköping University, Sweden, all our invited guest lecturers, distinguished professors, academic colleagues, our dear participants from Nigeria and diaspora, I welcome you to LAUTECH Nano 2020. On behalf of LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group, I welcome all the participants to the 4th International Conference on Nanotechnology, organized by NanoPlus. I also welcome you virtually to Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, Nigeria. Since our formation in 2014, NanoPlus, which is a multidisciplinary research group, has consistently put nanotechnology discourse, research policy, and development in the front burners, not only in Nigeria, but all over the world. We have conducted cutting-edge research, we have published a number of articles, and we have organized workshops and conferences, today being the 4th international conference to be organized by the group. Let me say specifically, without sounding immodest, the achievements of the research group since it was formed 6 years ago can be chronicled thus. One, we have organized conferences in 2017, 2018, and 2019, which have drawn scholars and policymakers from different institutions and governmental agencies to this university. Some of the papers that we were presented in 2018 have been published in the Science Focus, which is the flagship journal of the Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences at LAUTECH, Ogbomoso. Also, for the 2019 conferences, 44 of the papers presented were published with the Index Scopus platform. That is a high-OP conference series, Material Science and Engineering. We have mentored a number of students, postgraduate students, academic colleagues in different universities within Nigeria and beyond. We have also propagated issues about nanotechnology in several electronic and print media in Nigeria and overseas. Our website is robust, it is informative, and it is regularly updated. Since it was launched in 2016, it has attracted almost 110 visitors. Members of this group have contributed enormously to the knowledge base in nanotechnology, not only in Nigeria, but the world over. We have published about 100 articles in various aspects of nanotechnology, making her the most productive research group in nanotechnology in Nigeria. LAUTECH Nano 2020, with its theme, Human Existence and Resource Utilization, extending the frontiers through nanotechnology, is in direct response to discussions about survival of man and efficient resources of utilization due to constraints imposed by the ravaging COVID-19. We have brought scholars from Nigeria, from South Africa, from India, from Saudi Arabia, and Sweden to present papers at the plenary to do justice to the theme. Aside, 43 abstracts have been accepted and will be presented by participants from different countries all over the world to share their research activities and experiences within the framework of the theme of the conference. The response to the conference call has been encouraging, with registration of scholars from more than 40 institutions and governmental agencies. On behalf of this research group, I sincerely thank the Honorable Minister of Science and Tech Engineer Dr. Ogbonaya for identifying with our activities since 2018. He has consistently ensured his representation and participation of the ministry in our conferences. We also recognize the zeal that he has put into ensuring that there's a roadmap for nanotechnology research and development for Nigeria. We do hope that soonest this effort will give the fruit. As usual, we are happy that you are with us today at LAUTECH Nano 2020. In our quest to take Nigeria to the next level through nanotechnology, we are faced with serious challenges of funding and inadequate equipment to work with. We have extensive collaboration with researchers from Saudi Arabia, India, South Africa, Malaysia, and Egypt to mitigate some of these challenges. And this has assisted us to stay afloat in our activities. We passionately appeal to the Honorable Minister to assist this research group through intervention fund and portions of establishment of Center of Excellence in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, CNANO, that is being pursued with tertiary education research fund. Third fund. In furtherance of our efforts to promote nanotechnology, we have founded the first journal in nanotechnology in sub-Saharan Africa, which we have christened Nano Plus, Science and Technology of Nanomaterials. This journal, the website of this journal, which is fully automated, will be launched by the Honorable Minister at this conference. This journal is being mentored by Elsevier Africa that has a broad editorial board. I enjoyed our participants to patronize the journal. The book of abstracts of this conference will make the first volume of the journal, and that which shall enjoy DOI number that has been registered for Nano Plus. We have enjoyed institutional support for the management of LAUTECH since we formed this group in 2014, and it is my wish to sincerely thank the Vice Chancellor, Professor M.O. Ologunde, and his management team for his support for our activities. We are proud that your efforts are supporting us, keep us forging ahead at all times in promoting the good image of the university as a center of excellence in learning and research. Similarly, we are grateful to the Dean of Faculty of Applied and Applied Sciences for the support for the group, and other deans of the faculties, our postgraduate school, and our senior colleagues for their comradeship at all times. To our collaborators, senior academic colleagues, scholars, sponsors, our students, undergraduate and postgraduate, our friends and participants at our programs, gentlemen of the press that constantly make available these items from activities of Nano Plus, members of our families and LAUTECH community, we are grateful for your kindness and support for our activities at all times. Once again, I welcome all participants to LAUTECH Nano 2020 and wish us a fruitful deliberation and rewarding experience of the webinar. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, my chairman, for the beautiful presentation. I think what the chairman is able to do within 1 or 2 minutes to chronicle the achievement of the research group since it was founded in 2004. So, all right, because of our time, we'll go to the address of the host, who is currently the Dean of Faculty of Engineering and Faculty of Applied Sciences, and also the Chairman, Committee of Provost and Dean, LAUTECH Ogbomoso, Professor Abiodun Chi Oladipo. Professor Abiodun Oladipo is being represented by Dr. Ajala, who is currently the head of the Department of Mathematics, LAUTECH Ogbomoso. Dr. Ajala, can we have your speech, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm here to represent the Dean, Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences, and the Chairman Committee of Provost and Dean, LAUTECH, Ogbomoso, Nigeria. It is my pleasure to extend my warmest greeting to all the great scientists, academicians, young researchers, and students from all over the world attending the International Conference, LAUTECH, Nano 2020, to discuss the implications of nanotechnology for human existence and resources utilization in multidisciplinary way. Firstly, I am particularly delighted at the readiness of LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group for these important international conferences, especially during this critical period with the unpredicted pandemic. Currently, we do attend online webinar for the latest up-to-date information. Instead of physical public talks, most events have been replaced with webinar and virtual conferences. Webinar are not only an excellent way to learn new things, but also require you to consider the subject from someone else's perspective and follow their line of logic. Therefore, this webinar conference shares an insight into the recent research and cutting-edge technology, which gained immense interest with the colossal and exuberant presence of adept researchers and talented student community from around the world, with the opportunity to report and discuss scientific questions, achievements, and challenges in the field of nanotechnology. In view of this, I must heartily appreciate you on this wonderful conference. The speakers are all highly respected and professionals. Substantively, LAUTECH Nano 2020 is exceptional in its diversity and expertise of all the speakers. I wish to congratulate the organizers and the participants in the groundbreaking event and encourage all to tap on the knowledge offered by this occasion for successful exploitation for human development. Once again, congratulations and thank you for giving this university your best. I wish the group leader and your team further achievement and hope for continued cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, my dean, who is also the host for this conference. We thank you for always being with us. You have been with us since you became the Dean of Faculty of Sciences, and we hope even after your time of office, you will continue to be with us. We appreciate you, Professor Oladipo. Thank you so much. All right, so let's move to the next agenda, and that's the Vice Chancellor's speech. I want to humbly invite the Vice Chancellor of Ladoke, Akintola University of Technology, Professor Michael Olufisayo Ologunde, to deliver his speech. My Vice Chancellor, sir.
A very pleasant good morning to all and sundry. And as has been said, people are watching us from different parts of the globe. So we say good morning, Nigeria, maybe good afternoon in your place, or good evening, or wherever. I'm delivering my speech. I stand on the existing protocols as earlier established, Most importantly, I must welcome the Honorable Minister, Science and Technology, Federal Republic of Nigeria, in person of Dr. Ogbonaya Onu. The lead speaker, Dr. Mikul Zwajafi, who was with us last year. All other distinguished personalities in this conference are heartily recognized. On behalf of the management, staff, and students of Ladoke, Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, Nigeria, I welcome all our distinguished participants from far and near to the university, and more importantly, to LAUTECH Nano 2020 conference. I am particularly delighted to welcome the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, who is ably represented at this conference. I also specially welcome our friend, the lead speaker, Dr. Mikul Zwajafi from Linköping University, Sweden, and other invited speakers to this epoch-making occasion. Dr. Mikul will discuss prospects for innovation in nanotechnology with reference to research funding and product development. The LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group, abbreviated as NanoPlus, is a foremost disciplinary research group in the university and Nigeria that has consistently excelled in pursuing research activities in nanotechnology, which has greatly improved the webometric ranking of the university. The activities of this group are highly visible and commendable. Members have published about 100 research articles in nanotechnology in the last 6 years. The group has organized top-notch academic conferences that attracted scholars and policymakers to LAUTECH Ogbomoso, as well as establishing international collaborations. Most recently, the group submitted a proposal for the establishment of the Center of Excellence in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, which we are pursuing with all vigor. The university is fully committed to the full realization of the mandate of this group. At this conference, NanoPlus is making yet another history by launching the website of our international journal, NanoPlus Science and Technology of Nanomaterials, which is the first of its kind in the West African sub-region. I have no doubt that the journal will thrive and meet the needs of scholars worldwide. The pedigree of the architects of the journal and their broad international editorship are not in doubt as acclaimed scholars in nanotechnology. I therefore strongly recommend the journal for patronage by all and sundry. The Honorable Minister, sir, may I use this opportunity to reiterate my call at the LAUTECH Nano 2019 conference, where I made special request for the establishment of a Center of Excellence in Nanotechnology at LAUTECH Ogbomoso. This request has actually predated the establishment of Centers of Excellence in Nigeria in 2020. This is my wish and the humble request of the university. I strongly believe that the Ministry of Science and Technology and the TED Fund can assist towards the realization of this request. The group deserves to be supported so that their contributions, and indeed Nigeria's contributions in this emerging field, can be strengthened. The university is fully ready to give all the necessary institutional support towards the realization of this lofty idea. With nanotechnology, Nigeria can deploy novel processes and products to address our several problems in agriculture, water and sanitation, food safety and security, environmental degradation, energy crisis, and healthcare, among others. In the new normal era, as imposed by COVID-19 pandemic, nanomaterials become handy at addressing several issues confronting man in a sustainable manner. It is in realization of the foregoing that the theme of the conference, human existence and resource utilization, extending the frontiers through nanotechnology, cannot be better discussed at any time than now. Honorable Minister, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me state it clearly that LAUTECH is adapting to the new normal and has explored technology to keep the university vibrant. LAUTECH Nano 2020 conference is the second international conference to be organized by LAUTECH scholars since the outbreak of COVID-19. We have also organized more than 28 webinars on series of aspects of our mandates to fast-track improved service delivery. On behalf of the management of this institution, I congratulate the head of NanoPlus, Professor A. Latif, and members of the group for the resilience at forging ahead despite some challenges. The university is fully appreciative of your demonstrated commitment, and we will continue to support your activities. I appreciate all the scholars and participants that have been elected to participate at this conference. I wish you all a fulfilling experience at the webinar. The global nature of the conference is attested to with the participation of colleagues from Nigeria, South Africa, India, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, China, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. Once again, on behalf of the management, staff, and students of the university, I wholeheartedly welcome you to LAUTECH Nano 2020. And on this note, hereby declare the conference open for the good of mankind. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, the Vice Chancellor. Thank you for always being with us. Let me say that LAUTECH has organized about 30 webinars since the COVID started. And in all these webinars, my Vice Chancellor is always available to give opening remarks. I've never seen any of them being represented at all. So at this junction, my Vice Chancellor, we want to thank you. The NanoPlus want to thank you for your contribution, for your support always. And we do hope that you will continue to support our research group. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, before I call on the Honorable Minister, I want us to go through a very short poll, and I want all the participants to be very attentive. I want you to answer the questions just to get opinions of all the participants. So I'm going to launch the poll. It's going to be available for 2 to 3 minutes, and then I will also share the answers. All right, I think we can view the poll now. So let's respond to the poll. There are 10 questions in the poll. So we have 2 to 3 minutes to complete the poll. For you, that goes. So how the participants will be able to participate in this short poll. We have 160 online, so none have submitted responses yet. We are waiting for responses. So we have one submitted. When you completely submit, you will see submit button at the bottom of the poll. Please submit. Now we have 44, 46 submitted, 50 submitted, 57, 58 submitted out of 170. So let's continue to submit and respond to the poll. 77 submitted, 80 submitted. The poll is very interesting and interactive. One round 10 submitted. Okay. So we have just a minute. 116 submitted, 120. So we are going to end the poll in the next 1 minute to make 3 minutes. 130 submitted, 133, 78% voted. Very nice, interesting, A+. 80% voted, interesting. $143 voted. Let's continue to respond. 145 out of 177, 81% voted. Let's continue to vote. $147. Okay, now we have 82% voted. I think we can stop at this point. 82%, that's A+ in the grading system. I'm going to end the poll and we'll see the results. So let me end the poll here. Thank you. Okay, so we have the result. I will share the result with all of us. Share result. I think we can all see the results. All right. Now, the first question is, which of the following category do you belong? That's so interesting. 63% of us are the academics. We are from the academia. And then we have 30% student here. 5% non-academic and 1% policy maker. That's interesting. Not too good, but it's a bit interesting. At least they know what we are doing. The entrepreneur, 2%. I think we need more entrepreneur here. We want to convert what we are doing in the lab to what we can see on the shelf in the marketplace. So we need more of this, but it's not so bad. At least they can give us some insight. Then where are you joining us? 74% are from the Southwest Nigeria, 90% from other region, and 8%, 12 members from outside the country. That's interesting. Are you a Nigerian? 99% said yes, and 3%. We have 4 non-Nigerians among us. That's interesting. We have 71% male and 31% female. Maybe by next time we need more people in the area of nanoscience and more female in the area of nanoscience and nanotechnology. So I will be looking at 50-50% next time. So how did you learn about us? 38% said via email. That's interesting. WhatsApp, 31%. That's interesting. How well are you familiar with our activities? 45% said very well. 24% well. That's interesting. Only 14% said not really. Now you are getting familiar with us. So what is your assessment regarding the level of nanotechnology engagement in Nigeria? 37% said very high, 41% fair, 22% low, and 1% non-existent. That's not too good for us. And I hope, fortunately, the minister is here with us, so you can see how people feel about nanotechnology engagement in Nigeria. So do you think nanotechnology has a commercial value? 96% said yes, that's interesting. So that's telling us that we can get a lot done using nanotechnology. Do you think enough resources have been deployed for nanotechnology research? 77% said no. This is an interesting feedback for the Honorable Minister. 77% said no, not enough is being deployed. And 14% said, I don't know. Just 11% said yes. Are you in support of LAUTECH hosting the Center of Excellence in Nanotechnology? This is interesting. 98% of the people said yes, they are voting for us as an institution to host the center. That's a big plus for us. And I want to congratulate the research group and the Vice Chancellor in particular for this outcome. So the Minister, this is the response from the attendants. They want the center here, and I hope you're going to make it happen. Thank you so much. All right, so let's continue. And here I will be inviting the Minister of Science and Technology, Engineer Dr. Ogbomoso, ably represented by Mr. M.E.J. Basse, who is the Director of Chemical Technology at FMST Abuja, to please deliver the minister's speech. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The director will join us very soon, please. Mr. Basse, you can unmute your microphone and give the speech, please. I've given you the permission to unmute your microphone, sir.
Host has muted you. Thank you. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
All right. Thank you. I know the network doesn't seem to be friendly here, but since you can hear me, because I can't hear you, I'll start with the minister's speech. It's a keynote address by the special guest of honor, and Honorable Minister of Science and Technology.
We can no longer hear you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Bassey. You can unmute yourself, Mr. Bassey. Kafayat. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Let me start by saying all protocols duly observed because of the challenges of the network problem. The Vice Chancellor, the Chairman of the Nanotechnology Research Group, the lead speaker, and other distinguished guests. I'm particularly delighted to be invited once again by the LAUTECH Research Conference. I have been part of this group since 2018, and I've followed with keen interest the giant strides, the milestones, particularly the enormous contributions to the nano discourse in the Nigerian space and beyond, projecting research activities through excellent publications, training of manpower, dissemination of information on nanotechnology through regular reports in electronic and print media, and of course with the establishment of your robust website, amongst others. It is noteworthy that the group has contributed more than 100 articles on nanotechnology in the last 6 years and has consistently drawn scholars and policy makers to LAUTECH since 2017 through engaging workshops and conferences. Consequently, may I sincerely commend the head of the research group, Professor A. Latif, and members of this excellent for the resilience and finesse in the conduct of their activities. Appreciate your interface with my ministry, a synergy that is most needed at a time like this. Universities and industry development of our economy. Constraints imposed by COVID pandemic to organize the annual conference via web winner. It is gratifying that the speakers from Africa, Asia, Europe, that are collaborators of the group are part of this year's conference, whose wealth of experience will be of immense benefit, not only to the participants, but to our dear nation, Nigeria. I am sure that the participants will be better equipped on how to deploy nanotechnology in their various engagements in developing products and in patenting to the outcomes of the research therein. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference, human existence and utilization, extending the frontiers through nanotechnology is apt and appropriately chosen for the challenges facing mankind, the need to deploy innovative solutions to solving them. As an innovative technology of the 21st century, has the potential to solve the problems of energy crisis, water and sanitation, environmental degradation, security threats, climate change, food security and safety, and healthcare. It is the technology of the future that will open new vistas of knowledge-based economy, development in robotics and autonomous systems with the antecedent value additions and innovative products and services. This could also be effectively deployed in the realization of sustainable development goals to engender peace and prosperity. It is in realization of these potentials that I inaugurated an interagency committee to drive policy and development agenda for nanotechnology in Nigeria, so that our dear country can make maximum use of its benefits. At the moment, a draft policy on nanotechnology has been by my ministry and is receiving for its eventual by the Federal Council, Federal Republic of Nigeria. The policy is aimed at providing the roadmap for nanotechnology development in Nigeria, which will lead to the creation of an enabling agency to drive its mandates. I am particularly excited that LAUTECH is poised. I received the communique of the conference and several press releases emanating therefrom, and have noted the requests of LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group and the university on the need to support research activities through improved funding and establishment of the Center of Excellence in LAUTECH. This ministry continues to pledge its support for your aspirations as a very viable partner in progress in charting nanotechnology course for Nigeria. And I await your follow-up on this. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to inform you that the present administration, under the leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, has placed a high premium on science, technology, and innovation. The Federal Ministry of Science and Tech, therefore, early in the last year, launched the National Research and Innovative Council, which Mr. President himself, the technology facilitation mechanism launched at the United Nations Summit on the SDGs, propagates access to affordable technologies as key means of implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, and Nigeria cannot be left behind. On this final note, may I thank the Vice Chancellor, Ladoke at Akintola University, Professor M.O. Ologunde, for creating a peaceful atmosphere for academic engagement at a time like this, and his support for nanotechnology research, which has further projected the good image of your university. The speakers, the lead speaker and speakers at the conference are highly appreciated, and I congratulate the delegates and participants for being part of this great engagement. Ogbomoso, as you know, is a popular city in Oyo State, southwestern Nigeria, and a very famous city which is known for its history of bravery. I therefore find the group, the and it is therefore my privilege to declare open this conference on human existence and resource utilization, the frontiers through nanotechnology, open with wishes of fruitful deliberations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister, for your speech. And we are so happy that you put the consideration, especially the request from the university in front burner. We are also happy that you made mention of the policy and the roadmap for nanotechnology in Nigeria. And hopefully, we should all know about this and have the policy. And also, it's important, the implementations of this policy, sir. We are aware of so many policies in Nigeria. We want this policy to be well implemented. LAUTECH is ready. We have the scientists, we have the engineers that are ready to put Nigeria in the front burner, not only Nigeria, Africa as a whole in the front burner of nanotechnology research. Once again, I want to thank you on behalf of the chairman of the Nanotechnology Research Group, as well as all the members of the Nanotechnology Research Group for your time and for your effort. Before we let you go, sir, as we already told you, we want you to launch the website for the LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group journal. As I said previously, we have a website, a very functional website for our activities. Now we just completed that of our journal, and we want you to do the launching. To take you through the process, through the component of the website, I want to invite the chairman of the Nanotechnology Group once again to take you through the components of the website so that you can do the launching proper. May I call Professor Lateef Agbaje to please take the Honorable Minister through our new journal, the new website. Professor Lateef, please.
Thank you, Dr. Asafa. I also want to join him to thank the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, ably represented by Mr. Bassi, the Director of Chemical Technology at Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, for the wonderful speech. I also thank the Vice Chancellor for his speech too. This is another milestone in the history of LAUTECH, in the history of Nanotechnology Research Group, in the history of Nigeria, because this journal, Nano Plus, Science and Technology of Nanomaterials, is the first of its kind in the sub-Saharan Africa. Our engagement in nanotechnology research involves dissemination of information. It involves mentoring. And it is to this extent that we have deemed it fit to launch our journal, which we have the website before us. I think everybody can see. As I stated in my opening speech, the journal is being mentored by Elsevier Africa, and our vision is to make sure that this journal enters into Scopus in the next few years. This is highly ambitious, but believing God and having trust that our researchers within Nigeria and outside Nigeria will patronize this journal, definitely we shall overcome that. So the science and technology of nanomaterial is being presented here. It's fully automated. We have a secure DOI number for it. And you can see the home page. Where you can look at the lot of historical background about the journal, the scope of the journal. The guide for authors are there. And we have a broad editorial team. Dr. Silva Javi is a member. Dr. Brajesh Kumar is there. Dr. Das Gupta, Professor Kana. We have a lot of people from outside the country in different areas of endeavor that will assist us to drive this vision. The address is there. It's not a predatory journal. We are known and we can be easily reached. We have a quick links there. All of them are active. Because of our time, I'll just go through a few ones. The submission process is fully automated. You want to submit your manuscript, you go here and you can make your entries. You can also all the interactions will be fully automated, just like those who submitted abstract to us and those who register for this conference. Everything has been automated. Not sending mail directly to Professor Latif, or Professor Aziz, or Dr. Asava. You have a dedicated platform and we will respond to that. So on this note, I want to invite the Honorable Minister to assist us to launch the website of the first journal on nanoscience and nanotechnology in sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, His Excellency Dr. Ogbomoso Onu, looking into this request in launching this very important journal that will serve humanity in the 21st century moving forward of energy crisis, water and sanitation, environmental degradation, like I had earlier said, especially in times of security challenges like we have today. This journal is hereby launched for the sake of the entire country and the benefit of humanity in general. I'm sure in the coming week, when we have the full communication with the Honorable Minister himself, other aspects of this launching. Thank you again. Have a wonderful deliberation at this time again. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister. We thank you for your time, and we also hope to communicate appropriately to your office after this conference. Thank you so much for your time once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll be expecting you. Thank you again.
All right, thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, all participants. Let me say that we have been having interesting opening ceremony. To complete the opening ceremony, we're going to have the lead speaker, who is actually invited all the way from Sweden, and he will be talking about innovations perspective from nanotechnology materials. Dr. Mikhail Sivjarfu. But before I call on him, may I call on Dr. Badmos to give the citations of the invited guests. Dr. Badmos?
Thank you, Dr. Safa, for this wonderful period. I want to stand on the existing protocol because of time. I'm highly elated to read the citation of a distinguished scholar who have transformed his research acumen into entrepreneurship in the person of Dr. Mikhail Silverjav. He's a senior researcher at Linköping University, Sweden. He received his MSc degree in applied physics and electrical engineering in 1995, PhD in material sciences in 1999, and docent degree in 2004. His research areas in growth of energy and environmental materials, such as silicon carbide and graphene. His experience is in developing growth processes based on physical vapor transport, as well as surface engineering processes of nanomaterials on the films and substrates. He has published more than 200 papers and been organized in more than 30 international conferences and workshops. Dr. Mikhail Silverjav as an entrepreneurial research provider in commercialization of material innovations. He is initiator of the Material Initiative, Semiconductor Energy and Environmental Materials, known as CEMAT, and Energy Materials Platform for International Research and Innovations, MPRI. Since 3 years, he is active with establishing relations between Sweden and India in advanced material research and innovations. May we all welcome Dr. Mikhail Silverjav to present his presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. So I'm very happy to participate here from Sweden. And also this introduction by Dr. Badmos is an excellent example of the use of these webinars, because we actually had contact from one of the innovation webinars, which I was chairing in summer. And then we exchanged information, and then it led to this invitation. So having this exchange, even online, is useful for building network and establishing larger avenues. And what I will try to give an example of, because I'm so grateful for being invited to this conference, the 4th International Conference, and Professor Latif has communicated with me and all the organizing team and so on at the university. And what I will try to give an example of is that in the coming talks during this conference, you will have examples of different nanotechnologies and examples from science and the research and possible technology application areas. And now I will start with trying to have a big picture of the nano, where it can head to if we are trying to make more usefulness of this. So in line with this conference topic, we should make more usefulness from the resources and for the humanity, for the climate, and all those things. And then we actually need to think where our findings in the research can position in a larger perspective. So this is the intention of my what I will talk about. So I will share my screen. Let's go back to the beginning. So here I will talk about innovation perspectives. And I will say here already that these perspectives are very much given by you who are doing the findings and want to take them further. And then such things like the Center of Excellence are very useful opportunities to guide in the right direction and put it in the big perspective of how it can become usefulness in a broader context. But always the people are doing the important things. Let me give a little bit background. So since you are in Nigeria and I'm in Sweden, you probably have never heard about me at all. I became a PhD student in the 90s, so it's quite many years now. And my particular focus is growth of materials. So then I started as a PhD student to study silicon carbide growth. And so I was very active in the lab, and just very general, the silicon carbide, the process which I have been exploring in different ways is based on the sublimation of material. And when they have the vapor species which are formed, they are transported to a surface, and then crystal is growing. And of course, this is a complex picture, many things happening, which is very good from the publication point of view. So this is what I started with, and this was my genuine interest in materials, to grow the material and find out conditions for how to progress. And the aim of this material at that time was to make silicon carbide and create wafers, so there could be development of the applications. So in the 90s, it was very big programs all over the world for silicon carbide. And the main motivation is that it's useful for the power devices. So that was that made this avenue to grow very much in the 90s. I usually say that this is the good old 90s, when it was a lot of activity, a lot of funding, and so on. So that was the first motivation, and why I also became a PhD student. And my particular, or one of the methods which I was contributing to develop, was this general method, but we shortened the distance and changed the temperature and so on. So it was not growth of bulk material to produce wafers. It was more to make thick films of silicon carbide. And here's an example that we managed to get thick films of silicon carbide. And such thick films are needed because when you want to transform 10,000 volt for power devices, then you need quite larger thickness of the material to handle the conversion. So that was part of my thesis. And in 1999, I got my thesis. So I wrote this one at that time. And very nice, in the material which we were growing, we had very nice characteristic features. In the photoluminescence, there are some certain peaks which appear when the material quality is high, and the widths of them are narrow. So this is very good. And also in the XRD rocking curves, when we explored it, it had very narrow width of the rocking curve, and so on. So this was good indication of good quality material. And also we explored the surfaces, because they must be smooth in order to realize devices. So there in the growth, there is step punching and step flow growth, which are the natural growth mechanisms. So we explored that one also and studied using AFM, atomic force microscopy, the surfaces of these materials, and also TEM to see more details even, so on. And that was very nice from that point of view. But to our surprise, or the layers which we were growing, they were not useful for the power devices. And even though there was nice quality and all of those details, the layers were not pure enough to handle the power conversion. So this was highlight of my thesis in 1999, a method which was not useful. Okay. Then, a few years later, came Satoshi Kamiyama, who proposed a new type of white LED for general lighting. And then if you have donors and acceptors, then you can have a combination from them. And if you do this in silicon carbide with a certain polytype, 6H silicon carbide polytype, and you do it in 2 layers with different acceptors. You get 2 different levels where there are transitions. And the unique feature here is that then there are broad curves, and then it comes out in the visible region if you're doing this in 6H silicon carbide. And for that, he needed thick layers of silicon carbide. So I was, oh yes, yahoo! We have, I have a method. So then I started collaboration with this prestigious group at Mayo University. And in this case, the research was led by Professor Satoshi Kamiyama. So then the finding of the method which we developed originally, which didn't work out, found its place in another technology avenue. And of course, the things here, when you have ideas and so on, there's international collaboration. And this is also what you will see in your future endeavors. When you have findings, you need to have complementary sets, either if it's material or characterization or application devices and so on, then it will most likely become an international context. So you will also collaborate more and more internationally. And it was a nice avenue because it was new research which has not been explored previously. So it was a big challenge because it was so many new things. But it worked out. So here Professor Kamiyama demonstrates that there is light coming out from the silicon carbide material, which we have grown, and then they produce a simplified LED for general lighting. And the advantage here is that it comes from a semiconductor material. It's not a phosphor, like in the conventional technology, and then you don't need rare earth metals. And when you have the combination of these 2 broad spectra, it's a pure white light. There's no blue tone or so, like in the nitride-based LED. So this made a particular niche avenue for the LED. And there are many things still to be resolved about that. But from a research point of view, it's an opportunity, and also from technology point of view, if we can commercialize this once we have matured it. And also there are other collaborations here which we initiated. So collaboration with the Denmark Technical University and Erlangen University, we created a network here. So I was initiating this collaboration in Europe. And then we had workshops where we discussed this new topic and related topics and so on, and had these personal exchanges, which are so important to continue over a longer time. So we had these workshops. So on the right side, you see on the top picture, you see me, Professor Kamiyama, and also Professor Akasaki. They are from that group who got the Nobel Prize for the blue LED. So there was Japan-Europe collaboration, which was initiated. So that was an example how a method came into usefulness in another avenue than the intended one. And another feature with the silicon carbide is that when we heat it up, we have the silicon and carbon. They form species, and if everything goes well, then there's a growth of the silicon carbide, which is nice. But sometimes when we had poor conditions or other things which were influencing, we had more silicon leaving the surface from our material than the carbon. So this is very bad from the silicon carbide point of view. And the good thing here, which we realized, was that there was a thin graphitic layer on the silicon carbide. So from growth point of view, it was embarrassing to have this. But then one researcher from Chalmers said that I would like to have a look at this graphitic layer because I think it's quite interesting. So we intentionally tried to grow the thin graphitic layers. So we started the process, and we have a process where we explore this around a certain temperature. So we started 20 years ago for the thin graphitic layers. And then there was collaboration with the Chalmers, and they showed that it was very nice quality of the graphite. So almost like the quality of the natural graphite, which you can find in a mine's longest in there somewhere. And we were curious, so we made this graphitic layers thinner. And then 2005, we had one layer of a carbon on the silicon carbide. So then we were in the graphene avenue. We did not realize this, what it was useful for, but it was interesting from the growth point of view. And then we continued, and then we had master thesis studies and some other collaborations, which continued over time. And then in 2010, we could actually demonstrate very high quality of the material, and it was demonstrated by quantum resistance. So the quantum Hall effect was very nice. And we had one of the nice papers in this journal. So usually from the materials growth point of view, it's very difficult to come into prestigious journals because you always need to demonstrate some application type of part of these things. But then we had really good quality of the graphene on silicon carbide. But from the beginning, it was a graphitization which was not good for the growth. And there we can come back to this step flow growth and step bunching, which appears on the silicon carbide and also some other materials, to understand it more, how we can form monolayer of a larger area intentionally and so on. So we explored this a lot. And now we can do this in a wafer size. So here my supervisor from that time, we did this, Rosita Yakimova. She initiated this research and she was supervisor for me there, and we still collaborate on the silicon carbide and related growth activities. So there we had very nice quality, and then researchers wanted to collaborate with us. So we distributed more material and more collaborations. So at one point we could not actually focus on our projects because we were distributing material for free. So then we were thinking, how can we get rid of these researchers who want free material so we can focus on what we are paid to do from the research projects? Our salaries come from research projects, so this is very important for us. Then we're thinking, we ask researchers to pay for the material, and then researchers usually don't have budget for that and so on. But here it turned out that they actually wanted to pay. So then we made our first startup, and that's when I became interested in, commercialization of our research findings and either make a technology transfer, which we did in the fluorescent silicon carbide, or make a startup company. Maybe this is one interesting avenue. And that's how I came into this avenue of innovation much more. So this was 2005, I had little interest, in 2010 and 2011, we formed this company and so on. And now I'm very much active with the research and innovation. And at that time, I was working with presentations of the startup and many of those things. And it gave me additional experiences and also additional network when I was doing these activities. And you have probably heard about the graphene, and it's a big interest worldwide. And in Europe, there is a graphene flagship. So European Commission has put 1 billion euro for European research to move to markets. So this is big project with many involved and big money and so on. And I participated in those meetings in the graphene flagship in the beginning. And then also in Sweden, we have a national innovation program on graphene. So I participated in that one also. I was in the board. And that gave me some experiences in thinking in a larger context, not in the physics and the growth and the small things which I was used to, and which was my main interest from the beginning. But then that's how I came into those avenues of how to make more usefulness in broader contexts. And let's come back to the white LED. So the nitride material, which was developed by Isamu Akasaki for the blue LED, and Amano and Nakamura, they got the Nobel Prize in 2014 for the blue LED. And now that is used, you have the blue LED and phosphor, which is making the white LED for the general lighting and saving tremendous amounts of energy, and became a key enabling technology which contributed to the society in a big perspective. So it's a big impact. But they could not realize this from the beginning. They were interested in the material, they made some innovations, and then over time, it came into these avenues. But the first materials findings, they were in the 70s when Nagasaki got interested in these things, and then they developed it further. They made one machine for the growth of high quality material, and then they needed PN junctions, so they made another furnace for getting PN junctions after ion implantations and so on. And then you had blue light coming out, and 1993 was the blue LED commercialized. And over time, that went into the white LED, which is now everywhere in the society all over the world and makes so big impact. And it's not only for the lighting, it's also used like in art and so on. You can have different colors or fine tuning of the white light, either more blue or more warm, like in the yellow. And then you can view art in different ways to get different perspectives from the aesthetics just by changing the light. So one painting can look different depending on the light which you put there. So the white LED broadened, and also in cities, you have LEDs which now create different designs and so on, because you don't need the electricity. Like in Sweden, we have 220 volt in the wall plug, but you don't need such things for the LED, and it uses so little that you can have many of them. And here is a building which changes colors every few seconds or so in Brussels, which I took. So the technology broadened into other avenues. And what is now discussed, when I had an example from Professor Amano at the European MRS conference, when he was talking about this research finding, it took 30 years before we had the white LED. And now investors and so on, they want similar key enabling technologies in other domains, but they want it in less than 10 years, which is impossible. But we need to reduce this. So what they're doing in Japan is that they facilitate students who want to become entrepreneurs. They encourage them. And those who are inventors and who want to make reproducibility of the research findings, so there are production technologies, they also encourage to focus their interest. And those who want to develop new technologies, they can be encouraged that. And in that program, you have mentors, internships, and so on. So that's a big program to facilitate more technology and innovations come into usefulness. And in Europe, 2011, the European Commission proposed research and innovation strategies for regions. So then they said that, oh, we have given you money before, but there should be more usefulness. So we want like you to encourage all regions in Europe, find your avenues where you are strong, and then focus a little bit more in them, specialize a little bit. So this is called smart specialization for how to make more usefulness in the region. And then in our region, I was participating in this working group in the topic of advanced materials. So that's why I have some experiences in this also. And what is now happening is that you have these different regions and different experts, and then you find other regions where there's complementary things, and then you create exchange, and then you move ahead together. We don't need to do it ourselves, we do it together. So this becomes like its own activity. And then over time, it would be collaboration between regions, and then it would be collaborations between countries. And of course, it will be international over time. So this is the long-term perspective of these things. And here with the regions, when they promote areas to grow, then they find many partners, and those partners basically make a value chain. And when we propose our research findings, we have materials growth, someone makes an application, and someone makes a system. That's also value chain. So basically, region and technology, they talk about the same things, but there's no overlap. And this is why it's good to communicate about these things. For example, the Center of Excellence, and if the ministry supports this, then we have the larger perspective. But for the larger perspective to work out, we need the actual technologies and the innovators. And then with these things, when it's nanotechnology, it can have big impacts and it becomes broader because nanotechnology is not only one discipline, it's many different disciplines. And then you can create something really nice. And that's why this exchanges online and so on to meet new people is important. This is an example when I was giving a presentation at the startup weekend in India. So then I could have exchange there and so on. And this became possible by this online exchange. So we can have more of those just to facilitate more things to happen. But again, even if we have the visions, Center of Excellence, even if the ministry would like to promote things, we need the things from the lab. The things you are finding there, they are the core, they are the real things. Without these things, the big things cannot exist. But also our findings in the lab, they need to find a strategic way to go so it becomes usefulness in a broader context. So that's why this lab activity is so important. And that's why I really like the formation of this NanoPlus group in 2014. It was formed, and then you focus this around your own strengths. And now you broaden it to have visibility in media, and you have conferences and these online exchanges, the 30 webinars and so on, which has been, so it's growing in very nice ways. So that's why I like it very much. But at the end, it is about coming from the science and interactions in the networks and communities. And when I have been, during this year, I participated and collaborated with the NanoSmart Global, which is a nano society. And then we have had innovation webinars discussing different things. So in a similar way, what we are doing now. So I hope now that you have got some flavor, because in the rest of the talks during this today and tomorrow, you will hear some more details, and they should be put into perspectives. And at the end, it is about finding collaborations in different ways with technology, but also the people, because it's personal chemistry. When you make a team, you want to collaborate with people where you have good exchange. So it's not anything which is stressed and so on. And then everything will happen sort of naturally in that way. So with that, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to share some of my experiences in the research and innovation, and hopefully that will inspire you to take your own lead in these things, and then exchange with also the management of this at the university in these ways to facilitate more things to happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mikhail. We are motivated, there's no doubt about that. We are really motivated, and we want to thank you for your time. The direction of your research is really motivating, it's challenging, as well as motivating. And it becomes more interesting when you talk about the commercialization of this knowledge. And I think this is where nanotech is going to, and this is where African researchers are lagging behind. So we have a lot of sciences like you did at the beginning, but eventually you went into commercialization that we are seeing the product all over the world now. I was happy when you were showing all those very tall buildings with different LED lights. And I was also discussing with the chairman of the research group when you mentioned LED, that now we are buying LED bulb in our different homes, and some of them are just 5 watts, 6 watts, 10 watts, saving a lot of our energy. And how many people will now know that all these things emanated from the laboratory? The growth of silicon carbide, the growth of graphene, application of silicon carbide, application of graphene, and so many other applications like that. I really want to thank you for that. Let me also say that there was a time I was also doing a research in that direction. Then I was using silicon germanium. Although the direction of that research was not to be used for these electronics, but rather as a nano cantilevers for detections of virus and other things. I couldn't complete the research then, but I hope those who are left behind are working in that direction. So this is commercialization, and this is exactly what we need in this particular time. And let me also say that, all right, sir, you have a comment, sir.
Yes, I can just, because we also have some research findings from earlier times, which are
Okay.
not used. But now, a few years later, they find these things. So we have another activity on cubic silicon carbide. So this everything goes in circles in some way and finds its opportunity. So similar with your previous research, it will find its place somewhere sometime.
Thank you. Nano Plus in LAUTECH, we have been doing a lot of research in the area of nanoparticles, especially silver nanoparticles, gold nanoparticles, and halogen nanoparticles as well. So we are applying all these things at the laboratory level. So our target is to move it out to commercial level. So how can we move it? How can we do the packaging to make it useful for the society? To make it useful so that people can walk into the shop and get it off shelf, and apply it in their home. This is our target, and this is where I think your lecture becomes a prime, and our collaboration with you become extremely important in this direction as well.
Yeah, I would very much be happy to collaborate further on these things, because every time I hear examples and meet people, I learn so much more myself, and then I can use it in other places. So this is very rewarding. So
this is great. This is great. So we hope to be in your research team also, so we can put all these things into commercial applications. I was also fascinated when I saw one of your paper published in Nature Nanotechnology. I think this is great. Because I school abroad, anytime I see papers in nature, different kind of nature, I'm always sweat off my feet that, oh, this must be a very fantastic research, at least for such kind of publication outlets to have accepted such kind of research. So, Dr. Mikhail, thank you so much. We
yes.
appreciate your time.
Let me make one comment there, because it's very nice that we have this Nature Nanotechnology or something publication. But also, I would like to emphasize that even if it's lower impact factor and so on, maybe sometimes it's better to publish there, because then the right person reads it. And then it becomes useful. Maybe they don't read this nanotechnology or nature journals, they read this journal. So both are needed. So I emphasize that to make more visibility in different journals, but also this media activity and so on, that is also facilitates to just, so the right person links with your things, and then you have a team, and then you can make this innovation movement.
Thank you, Dr. Mikhail. Yes, that's very true. We cannot just be targeting all those big journals, Nature, Science, this and that. We also need the lower one where our people can have access to. For example, Nature now, I think if your university does not have a very good subscription, you may not be able to access it. And that actually limits, the feasibility of such kind of papers. But for some of the open access journal, we can also manage to do something about them, and then our work can also be feasible. Dr. Mikhail, I have the honor from the head of the research group, Professor Latif, to inform you that we are going to need your wealth of experience. Okay. Okay. So we thank you for accepting our request to be a member of editorial board for our journal. And we are very hopeful that you are going to bring your wealth of experience to the journal. So we look forward to a lot of contribution from you and from your colleagues. So not you alone, we know you, and we know you also know so many others. They can also be part of our journals. They can also publish, helping us to disseminate the information to the researchers all over the world. And we're also open to the publications of conference proceedings. Maybe later on, we can also do this, especially conferences that are related to nanotechnology. So I think we are going to have some questions. Do we have questions? Do we have any question from the audience for Dr. Mikhail? Okay, I have a question here, Dr. Mikhail. Is there any way we can apply this to assisted conception of what? No, I cannot see the question very well. Well, people are commending you for the very interesting presentations and mind-provoking presentation. I'm trying to see if we have some questions. Somebody said this is indeed a rewarding experience. Thank you, Dr. Mikhail. Somebody said, thanks, Dr. Mikhail, for the wonderful and expository presentation. So a lot of accolades from our participants, both within and outside the country. So I'm trying to see whether we have specific questions for you.
Yes, there was someone who wrote that they would like to ask question, but it was not a
No,
particular question.
I'm trying to, there's no question here.
And not yet.
Okay, somebody said,
thing,
how possible is it to use nanotechnology in monitoring gene expression? Gene from the, I think from the biomedical side, medical or biomedical side.
Oh, that's a tricky question because I'm not in the biomedical. But what I can say is that, like in my case, I am from the graphene on silicon carbide. And then we have, what we are doing now is that we are modifying the graphene on silicon carbide to be specific, to have molecular interactions toward different things. So it's gases, but also bio. So this we can do from our point of view of the material's growth. And then when we explore what we can do, then we need to have a collaboration with people who are experts on the bio applications or these other focused areas which is far away from us. But the good thing about being far away is that you can be complementary, and then we find out how can we make this collaboration, and then we involve other partners, and at the end it will be a value chain and network which is created. So even though this is not a domain where I'm expert, we need these different approaches. And this is why nanotechnology is so fascinating, because it's quite broad and people can be active in different things. And at some point there will be matching. Here's perfect matching. And for that, we need to find out how we can meet each other, and then webinars and the media exchange, and also being active on LinkedIn network and so on, maybe makes this matching.
Okay, all right, Dr. Mikhail. Before I call on Professor Dabanija, we have one or two questions here. Number one, how do we apply nanotechnology for oil recovery? This is about oil and gas.
Yes, there also the nanotechnology. When you have benefits from the nano, whatever is the approach, then it needs to be specific towards some things. It should not be too general. It should be specific for a purpose. And then we, like in some of our approaches, what we are also doing is that we are putting nanoparticles as on the surfaces of our, for example, the graphene, and then we can be specific towards certain things. So there we need to find those how to make the specific things for any application, whatever it is.
Okay, there's another one here. Application of nanotechnology for assisted productive technology, especially for infertile couples. Do you have any idea in this direction?
I don't have, because that's more in the bio case.
Yeah. Okay. And also somebody said, can we send our student from LAUTECH to your lab for some research work?
We are very happy to have exchange and students to be active, because students do the actual work. the usual problem is funding.
Mm.
We sometimes we can have, if students have scholarships, but like in Sweden, our challenge is that universities do not pay our salaries. We need to apply for projects for our salaries even. So if we want to have students, it becomes even more need of finding funding, which is very challenging. But overall motivation is, if it's possible with scholarships and so on, then we are happy to do this, because we need team to work, and we cannot have own team members only on these things. So that's really appreciated if it's possible to arrange in the practical ways.
Okay, thank you. What is your estimations and experience? Which one is the greatest obstacle other than finance to scaling out technology from laboratory into the society? What is the greatest obstacle that you face while scaling your research from the lab to the marketplace?
Yeah, the greatest obstacle is always that whatever we do in any material, people will compare it with silicon, and then you will compare how much economics can you benefit from this. For example, Samsung, they can put $400 million into development, but if it doesn't make the economics at the end, they will scrap everything. So that's one of the main challenges. So what I try to do is that I try to find a niche application where we have so much technical but also environmental advantage that it's not on the economics which is the main factor to decide on these things. And if we find such avenue where there's a benefit, then there will also be someone at some point who wants to fund this particular thing because they are so interested in these things. So even investors will be interested to this specific area instead of the general things with economics, because they are so fascinated, for example, by water cleaning or whatever it could be. So I try to find a niche area, and then once you have made that matching, then you can scale it up. And then also the scaling depends on people who you meet and how much you can promote this, for example, politically, that in your region and the country, that the politicians facilitate that nanotechnology should happen. And it's not only the politicians who are in power now, because 3 years from now, they will not be in power, and then it's the other politicians. So always have these interactions with politics and being neutral to facilitate that this is good for the society, this is good for nanotechnology, and this is good for Nigeria because we have businesses created from this. This is some of my personal experience, but no one knows exactly how to do it, but you need to find your own way.
Yeah, thank you. I think the issue of economic is of prime importance, really, because any research that do not have any economic output or economic benefits, usually you find it very difficult to get the support. I remember there was a research when I was at the KFUPM, they were working on amorphous silicon for solar cells. You know, they put a lot of money there, but because the economic impact was not so good, I think they reduced the amount of money they put in the project, or they eventually scrap it. I'm not very sure again. So the economics is extremely important.
Yeah,
but Dr. Mikael, I still think that sometimes when you start a research or when you are trying to commercialize, initially the economic impacts or the economic gain might not be too much. But as time goes on, as you discover best way of doing things, you know, the economic gain can be huge at the end of the day. Don't you think so?
Yes, it can. And there are a couple of examples where you have that. For example, silicon, it was developed for the transistors. That was the main motivation. The material would have never been developed for the solar cell use only, because the economics was not there at that time. So the transistor development made that the solar cells could piggyback on that one, and then it became a paying market. But the original estimation was not that it was rewarding economically. And we see similar things in silicon carbide now, because from the 90s to now, there are MOS type of devices and so on, and now it's a market in that things. But in the other technologies, they benefit from this because the material development has been done and prices go down. And then at some point, these alternative technologies will also be competitive by piggybacking on the main idea. So I'm sure that some of these other which cannot motivate themselves, if you find that something else will be developed and then you reduce costs in other aspects, then you will fit in at some point.
Thank you, Dr. Mikhail. There's one example that I just remember now. The Zoom we are using currently, I think about 2 years ago, personally, I didn't hear anything about Zoom. Or even about a year ago, I didn't know anything about Zoom. And I'm also sure that maybe Zoom was not making as much money as they are making now. So what we think that will not bring a lot of commercial benefit today might actually be a springboard tomorrow, bringing a lot of money to our side. So I think I want to encourage all of us to continue pushing our research. Once we are getting good results, one day is coming that we are going to get the benefit commercially. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And there we also have the climate things, because like now when there's this pandemic, then there's a lot of money to be made, and then you have opportunity due to that. In other cases, when we have technologies which can, it was an example of cleaning water. For example, if there would be a big disaster in water being not clean and people more than it is today, so it's a burst in some way, then they will put a lot of money in that one, and then it can become economical, because that is the only solution, even though it's expensive, it's the only solution which can solve these things in short time. So Zoom is an excellent example, because 2 years ago I was only using Skype, and it was one-to-one meeting, and now we can have we have 160 in this meeting who are having interactions and listening to each other and getting inspiration. So it pops up possible opportunities in different ways.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Because of our time, I will call on Dr. Oladipo to give vote of thanks, to specifically thank you and all the previous presenters. Dr. Oladipo, please.
Thank you, Dr. On behalf of LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group, I want to say a big thank you to the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, ably represented by Mr. M.E.J. Basi, Director, Department of Chemical Technology, FMST, Abuja. A big thank you also to the Vice Chancellor and the Principal Officers for their support, the Dean, Faculty of Health and Applied Sciences, other deans and senior academics, the lead speaker, Dr. Mikel Sivajavi, invited lecturers and guests, distinguished academics and entrepreneurs, participants from within and outside Nigeria, our supportive students who are making us to unlearn and learn more. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again, and God bless.
Thank you, everyone. We thank Dr. Mikhail once again and all participants. So this marks the official closing of the opening ceremony. Now we will start the workshop. We are going to have 2 workshops, as I previously announced. The first one will be given by Dr. Lorika Bikos from South Africa, and the second one will be given by Dr. Alabi from Federal University of Technology. So we can just take 1 or 2 minutes to get ready, and we'll start with the first workshop. that is going to be given by Dr. Bikos Lorica, which is on the roles of electron microscopy in nanotechnology research. Just a 1 minute break. Okay, 7 minute break. Oh, 7 minute break, please. So, then. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome all the participants to the second leg of our conference, which is largely workshop. As I said initially, we're going to have two workshops. The first one will be delivered by Dr. Lorika Bikos, and the second one will be delivered by Dr. Alabi. So we're going to start from the first one, which is going to be delivered by Dr. Lorika. And I want to welcome Dr. Awodele to give the citation of Dr. Lorika Bikos. Dr. Abogodele, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to give the citation of Dr. Lorika Bikos. Lorika completed an undergraduate degree in biomolecular technology, followed by an honors degree in microbiology and an MSc and PhD in applied and environmental microbiology. During the course of her postgraduate studies, she worked on a few interesting research projects. The first was a project based on the ability of heterotrophic protobacteria to eliminate metals such as ions and manganese via enzyme catalyzed oxidation reactions from borehole water. In her research, she found evidence for the first time in South Africa that such bacteria can be used successfully in biofiltration system to purify metal polluted water used by rural communities as a potable water source. Her PhD research focused on the potential health and hygienic risk faced by community members and municipal workers due to the pit latrine biosolids in rural communities. She is currently employed by the University of KwaZulu-Natal in microscopic and microanalysis unit as a principal microscopic technician. Currently, she lectures components of microscopic and microanalysis course run by our unit for postgraduate students once a year. Her work experience include working in the diagnostic laboratory of the Citrus Research International, CRI, Nitrous in South Africa, by providing microbiological experience to citrus fruit growers and the citrus industry. Additionally, in 2012, she was an intern at the South Africa National Biodiversity Institute, working on DNA barcoding of invertebrates around KZN. She was also previously an intern at the Medical Research Council, MRC, Ecology Unit in Durban, conducting a mini research project on the radiosensitivity activities of medicinal plants on breast cancer cells. In the course of her studies, she has won some competitive awards, including the TATA African Scholarship, a prize at the Faculty of Science Research Day at the University of KwaZulu-Natal for an oral presentation, Employee of the Year Award in 2012, and the Wonder Women in Science Award in 2020. Dr. Lorika collaborates with LAUTECH Nanotechnology Research Group with joint publication of 22 articles till date. Now, I want to invite Dr. Lorika for our presentation. You are welcome.
Hello? Please, we cannot hear the speaker. Please, Dr. Lorica, kindly unmute yourself. Please, Dr. Lorica, kindly unmute yourself. Hello, Dr. Lorica, we can't hear you. Yes, please. Sorry, the participants. We are sorting it out with our presenter from KwaZulu-Natal in person of Dr. Lorica. So we will soon get back to you. So we are having a technical issue, and we are still working on it. Hello?
Maybe it can be in the audio settings to choose the microphone. Sometimes there are different ones. So if
Hear me now?
I could hear you.
Okay, so I'm back on.
I can see you now also, so I think everyone else can hear also. Can you hear them? Her? Yes.
Okay, so I'll start. Sorry about that. Okay, so my name is Ladoke Bucas, and I'm from the Microscopy and Microanalysis Unit at UKZN in Pietermaritzburg, South Africa. And today I'll be telling you a little bit about how electron microscopy can benefit your research projects. It's a very practical lecture, and with some good illustrations of the various benefits of each of the microscopy techniques. I'm going to share my screen with you now.
Please, we are hearing you. We can go ahead, ma.
Okay, just give me a minute. Okay, so we can start with the question of what is electron microscopy? So it's basically a specialized microscopy technique that uses a beam of accelerated electrons as a source of illumination for your samples. So unlike optical microscopy, electron microscopy is able to surpass the diffraction limit of light. This means that electron microscopy uses accelerated electrons of wavelengths of 100,000 times shorter than that of visible light photons. And therefore, this can reveal the structure of very tiny objects such as your nanoparticles. Electron microscopy is still the best instrument or technique for analyzing chemical and structural components of your samples on the nanoscale. Although this is a very expensive technique, it's very useful for your research projects. So here I have a diagram of a scanning electron microscope setup and a transmission electron microscope setup. In electron microscopy, we have two major systems. And like I said, you have the scanning electron and transmission electron microscope setup. In the scanning electron microscope setup, a beam of electrons is emitted from an electron gun. And these electrons come from a source called a filament and is passed through magnetic lenses and scanning coils and eventually strikes your sample at a specified accelerating voltage. This beam of electrons scans across the surface of your sample in a raster, almost like a zigzag scanning pattern across your sample, and picks up information from your sample by example, a secondary electron detector, which is used to provide information on surface topology. For the transmission electron microscope setup, it's a little bit different because the electrons are now passing through your sample as opposed to where they scan across your sample in the scanning electron microscope setup. In transmission electron microscopy, a beam of electrons, like I said previously, is transmitted through your sample and can provide information such as particle size, grain size, lattice type, morphology, crystallography details, chemical composition, and phase type. In scanning electron microscopy, secondary electrons, backscattering electrons, and characteristic X-rays can be collected to give structural or chemical composition information in your samples. In the output from these techniques, you'll find that both of them can give you information on particle size distribution, morphology. However, in the SEM, you would get more surface morphology details. Both can provide you with EDX analysis data, and only the TEM can provide you with selected area diffraction patterns and analysis of crystal lattice fringes. The first microscopy technique that I'll be discussing with you is scanning electron microscopy. And this tool is specifically useful for surface topography, like I mentioned before, and elemental composition analysis. There are two main types of SEMs available, a low KV or environmental SEM, and a high KV, also known as a FEG-SEM. The FEG-SEM has a much higher resolution than the environmental SEM and is therefore more useful for high resolution imaging of nanomaterials, example, your carbon nanotubes. However, both the environmental and FEG-SEM can provide elemental composition analysis of your nanoparticles. The first step in preparing your samples for scanning electron microscopy is by mounting the sample on a specimen stub. These stubs and all other material placed inside the SEM must be made of conductive material. The sample is then attached to a carbon tape, or it can be copper tape or whatever other conductive material that you have in your laboratory. And thereafter, your sample is placed on this tape. Once your sample is mounted, it can now be coated with conductive material, example gold for high resolution imaging. The coating takes place inside a coater, and the gold is sputtered from a target which sits above your sample. After coating the sample, it is then placed inside the chamber of an SEM. And I don't know if you can see clearly on your screen, but where my pointer is, that's the chamber door. And I'm now going to demonstrate a short video on the basic operation of a scanning electron microscope.
Hello, Dr. Lorica, we can't hear you again. Okay.
Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me
We
now?
can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Sorry, I'm just trying to demonstrate a video, but it seems like you can't hear the video.
Okay,
can you see it?
Okay, okay, we can see it. We are following you.
Oh, you can see the video playing?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, shall I continue with it?
You can continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. I was hoping that you could all hear that video. It was just a short demonstration on how the scanning electron beam scans your sample to pick up information. The image output of the SEM is usually a grayscaled image, like you can see on the left-hand side. And from this image, you can measure various particle sizes in the sample, and you can use this to determine the particle size distribution within your sample. So when a beam of electrons strikes your sample, various detectors inside the SEM will pick up different information or certain electrons. And the main type of electrons used in SEM characterization of samples are secondary electrons, which provide topographical information, backscattered electrons, which can provide atomic number and phase differences in samples, and characteristic X-rays, which we use for EDX or elemental composition analysis. The output of EDX analysis can be in the form of a spectrum displaying the elements present in the sample, for instance on your left, or in the form of a map, which allows you to color code the various elements that are present in the sample. The second technique that I'll be discussing with you is transmission electron microscopy. And this is a tool that is considered to be the most popular technique in characterizing nanomaterials in electron microscopy. There are two main types of TEMs. Like the SEMs, we have a low KV. We have a 1400 TEM in Pietermaritzburg, and we have a 2100 in our Durban facility. And the HR TEM, which is the 2100, has a much higher resolution than the environmental TEM and can therefore provide the analysis of crystal lattice fringes or nanoparticles. However, both the environmental and the HRTEM can provide elemental composition analysis and selected area diffraction analysis. For the transmission electron microscopy analysis, samples are initially mounted on a grid which has varying mesh sizes, and these grids are made up of conductive material, example copper, gold, or nickel. Before a suspension of your nanoparticles can be mounted on these grids, the grids must first be coated with the support film called holy formvar. And holy formvar is different from your normal formvar coating. We use it specifically for nanoparticles so that they can sit on the edges of the holes within the formvar. And this coating procedure is a bit tricky and requires some patience. Like you can see on your first image on your left, it's a bit of a lengthy procedure or a tricky procedure to get the formvar off the glass slide. However, you can purchase these grids already coated with the formvar. They are a little bit expensive though. Once you've coated your grid with formvar, you can now coat it with the layer of carbon. And this provides additional support for your sample. And on your in the image on your right, you can see that there are now 2 layers on your grid after coating. Once the grids are coated, a small droplet of your sample can be placed on the surface of the grid and thereafter left to dry before inserting inside the TEM. After drying, the sample is placed inside the chamber of the TEM, which in comparison to the sample chamber on the SEM, the TEM sample chamber, if you can see my cursor, is situated in the middle of the TEM. So this allows the beam of electrons coming from the electron gun to penetrate your sample. I'm going to show you a little video demonstrating the basic operation of the transmission electron microscope. I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear the audio, but if you can just follow to see the way the beam interacts with your sample. So the image output of the TEM is usually black and white images, like you can see on your left. And from these images, you can also obtain, like in the SEM analysis, particle size distribution. You can use the software on the TEM to do the measurements of the individual nanoparticles, or you can use other image analysis tools to provide you with this information. Transmission electron microscopy is a very powerful tool and is able to identify structural features at the atomic scale. This means that the TEM can measure the distance between crystal lattice fringes, like you can see on your left-hand side, on your right-hand side, or defects in crystal structure. This is useful if you want to determine strain or deformation, such as compression, expansion, and shear in the crystal lattice. This is a feature that only the HRTEM can analyze for you. Both the low and high kV TEMs can produce selected area diffraction patterns, which are used to acquire information, quantitative information such as crystal size, phase identification, orientation and crystal defects in the lattice structure. However, special software packages are required to do most of the analysis of these patterns, which we don't often get free of charge when we purchase these instruments, and we often have to purchase the software separately. In this final section of my talk, I will introduce you to an additional tool for nanotechnology research, which is confocal microscopy. And this is an excellent tool which can provide colorful images along with useful quantitative data, and is mostly used by the biological scientists. Confocal microscopy is a specialized light microscopy technique that provides contrast and illumination to your specimens using fluorophores or dyes, immunolabeling, and genetically encoded fluorescent proteins. And these enable you to see details in your sample that you would otherwise struggle to see using a conventional light microscope. Another nice feature of the confocal is its ability to do multiple labeling. So multiple labeling of areas of interest within your sample. So you can look at, for instance, a cell, and you can label both the cytoplasm and the nucleus, and even the cell wall, if you like, at the same time. Like I previously mentioned, the confocal microscopy has the ability to produce images from samples with multiple labeling, like you can see on your left, and also has the ability to do optical sectioning of your stained material, like you can see in the image on your right. A good example of this optical sectioning ability is the sectioning of a bacterial biofilm with multiple labels, with multiple layers, to determine the percentage of live is to dead cells. For instance, a biofilm treated with the suspension of nanoparticles with anti-biofilm properties. Confocal microscopy combined with nanotechnology is widely used in pharmacology, cosmetics, and medicines. It is used in drug delivery and as imaging contrast agents or gene therapeutics for diagnosing and treating diseases, and ingredients in cosmetics. Biological scientists can use the confocal to investigate the transport of nanoparticles through the human body, which is quite a popular topic. And like I previously mentioned, microbiologists can also use the confocal microscope to determine anti-biofilm activity of nanoparticles. Currently at our microscopy facility on the Pietermaritzburg campus, we have three major instruments, namely the Joule 1400 transmission electron microscope, the Zeiss Evo environmental LS15 environmental SEM, and we also have the confocal laser scanning microscope. At our Durban Westville facility, we have two transmission electron microscopes, a lower resolution Joule 1010, higher resolution or HRTEM Joule 2100, and we have a low resolution SEM, a LEO, and a FEGSEM, which we normally use for imaging of carbon nanotubes, etc. For further information on our services that we provide, you can email us using our email address in the slide, or you can visit our webpage. In closing, I'd like to say thank you to Prof. Latif and colleagues for inviting me to speak at this conference, and thank you to all the guests and presenters for your time.
Dr. Lorica?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. So we thank you very much for that wonderful presentation, Dr. Lorica. So we are very grateful for taking us through microscopy, and we want to appreciate you for providing us with the first-hand information on microscopy, especially those that are used in the area of nanotechnology to study nanoparticles and appreciate nanomaterials. And from the information, so we can now distinguish between the activities of the different types of the electron microscopes. And for now, we are very happy that you even provide us with the available information on the type of instruments that you have at your hand there. And for the participants on this occasion, they know where those instruments are available, and perchance, anytime they are in need of technical assistance, they know where to look for it. Thank you very much. We want to take the second lecture, okay. We want to ask the participants if there's any question for the presenter, for Dr. Lorica, so that you can quickly take it and then shed more light on what we think we need more information. Questions from the participants? Okay. So if you have any question, you can put it in the chat box. Okay. Okay. There's a question here for Dr. Lorica. The question says, which microscope do you recommend for geometric measurement of nanotubes?
So I'll recommend the FigSim.
FigSim. Okay. Okay. Then there is a question here. Sorry. Okay, the question says, please. Okay. The question says, can SEM give us the particle size of particles?
Yes, so with the SEM, we normally look at powdered samples of nanoparticles, and that's where we can measure the various particle sizes.
Okay. All right, another question. I think the question is asking whether to help differentiate between particulate size and grain size as determined by SEM or XRD.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
So the question says that you should kindly differentiate between particulate size and grain size as determined by SEM or XRD.
Okay, so I haven't really worked much with grain size, but we often do particle size analysis. I can look into that and I can give you a response.
Okay.
Later, yeah.
Then there's another question here. So somebody is asking that to use the TEM, a drop of the sample have to be taken on a coated grid and allowed to dry. Makes me wonder, can TEM be used for solid samples?
Yes, definitely. So for TEM, you can look at solid state materials. We don't often do that here because you would need an atomic resolution microscope, and not really atomic resolution, but there's various sample preparation techniques that you have to take the solid state material through. We currently have one of those pieces of equipment, and in the more advanced laboratories, you'll find that there's more equipment where you can basically prepare your solid state materials for viewing using the TEM. So yes, definitely.
Okay. So there's another question here from the participants that please, how do we interpret the TEM and SEM figures?
Okay, so what figures are you talking about? There's lots of interpretation of the images that you get. Maybe if you can be a bit more specific.
Okay, the question did not make any specific reference to any points. Then there's another question here. What are the examples of softwares needed to interpret the result from the electron microscope?
So we use there's an Oxford software, and we also use Inca. In Pietermaritzburg, we use Inca to analyze the elemental composition in your samples.
Okay. Can you please explain the correlation between the microscopy and 3D images?
So on the confocal, we are able to produce 3D images of your samples. And when I refer to the optical sectioning ability, that's where the confocal can produce a 3D image, and you're able to look within your samples at different layers of the interaction of your nanoparticles with the various components of your sample. But currently on our TEM and SEM, we don't really have that 3D facility.
Thank you, Dr. Lorica, for sparing your time to be with us at the Nano Conference. We really appreciate your contribution to this particular program. And for now, we don't have any other questions for you on the lecture presented. Ladies and gentlemen, we want you to kindly help us to appreciate Dr. Lorica. She has been with us with our nanotechnology group since 2015, and she has been providing us with technical assistance in the area of nanoparticles characterization. So Dr. Lorica, on behalf of Nanotech Research Group in LAUTECH and the Vice Chancellor and the management team of Ladoke University of Technology, we want to appreciate you for your kind contribution to the success of activities of the group since the inception in 2015. We still hope that you will continue to provide all the necessary assistance for our group and come here maybe anytime from now in the nearest future to come and share your wealth of experience with us here in real life on our soil at Ladoke University of Technology. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you, and God bless.
Thank you. And I will provide the lecture material to Prof. Latif to share with the group.
Okay. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you. God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the next presenter. So the second lecture, which is going to be presented by Dr. Alabi O.A. And the lecture is going to be on research collaboration and funding, available options for Nigerian scientists. But before we call Dr. Alabi to present his lecture, we have Dr. Adebayo here, who is going to read the dissertation of Dr. Alabi. So, Dr. Adebayo, can you please take over?
Thank you, Professor Steve. Dr. Okulola Dereni Alabi has his BSc in microbiology, first class aggregates, an MSc in zoology, cell biology, and genetics, and a PhD in zoology, genetics, and molecular toxicology. He's a researcher in the field of genetics, environmental and molecular toxicology, and a lecturer at the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Ondo State, Nigeria. His studies have been on environmental contamination, cytogenotoxicity of contaminants, and the mechanisms of actions of environmental contaminants in Nigeria. He has published over 60 articles and books chapter in reputable peer-reviewed journals, with several awards, such as the AU2's Young Scientist National Award. He has been awarded several fellowships, among which are Charles Research and Advanced Training Fellowship, China, 2010 to 2011, Brazil, 2012, Charles CNPQ Postdoctoral Fellowship, Brazil, 2016 and 17. He is currently working on the genotoxicity of condiments, nanoparticles, and human exposure to e-waste. He has collaborative research with scholars of high reputation in the field of genetics, toxicology in Nigeria, China, Brazil, Liberia, and South Africa. He is a member of many scientific organizations and academics such as Nigeria Young Academy, Genetics Society of Nigeria, Genetics Toxicology Association of Nigeria, and many others. Welcome with me an erudite scholar, Okunlola Aderele Alabi, as he presents his lecture.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to appreciate the opportunity that I was given by this great body to be able to give this presentation today. I am very grateful for the invitation and this opportunity of presentation. What I'm to present is very important to us. And when I say very important to us, I mean, no matter how good all our design of an experiment is, if there is no money to execute it, it's as good as dead on arrival. Now we want to discuss how do we get finances that we are going to use. How do we get finances that we are going to use in going ahead to experiment all these great projects that we have? I hope you can see my slide as I present. The title of the presentation is Research Collaboration and Funding, Available Options for Nigerian Scientists. Research is generally defined as a systematic investigation into and study of materials. However, research funding, on the other hand, is a term that we use to cover any funding of research activities. Generally, research funding has been divided into four main types. The first type is the scholarships and fellowships. These are usually given to individuals, usually. The second type is the seed funding, which is intended to get researchers started on a specific project. The third type is the project funding, which majority of people always refer to as the research funding. That is the money given to carry out a specific research work. And the last aspect is the prize and award aspect, which entails plaques, certificates, and money is always given occasionally. For research funding, as a Nigerian scientist, you could receive a local or an international research funding. Unfortunately, we have more international research funding available to us as Nigerians than we have local funding. And why do we have these limited local fundings? It's because governments and individuals or private organizations have not made research a major priority, which is very terrible. As at today in Nigeria, the main local research funding that we have is TET Fund. Unfortunately, TET Fund is grossly inadequate and it has not been exceptionally managed. In fact, TET Fund that we have cannot handle more than 20% of all researchers that are available in Nigeria. Unfortunately, also, the way TET Fund has been run so far, it has not taken very good care of early career researchers, because most times, most of the PIs that are requested to win TET Fund grants have to be senior cadres, associate professors, and professors. So provision for early career researcher in TET Fund is very limited and grossly inadequate. Sometimes also, in some institutions, the process of obtaining TET Fund is not on merit. Occasionally, there have been reports of favoritism in allocation of TET Fund. But apart from TET Fund, there are other opportunities, local opportunities that we could make use of. And these include researches that are funded by companies such as Shell Petroleum Company. In Nigeria, Shell has sponsored some researches and they are still sponsoring some. Caribbean Nigeria PLC also has been noted to sponsor few researches. Now, the sponsors have so many of them in Nigeria. We don't have so many of them in Nigeria. And the ones that we have are specifically on bioremediation of oil spillage. So it is very specific, and that limits the number of people that will apply for such and make use of it. But how do they do it in developed countries that make it easier for private and public organizations to sponsor so many of their researches? It is because they reduce certain percentages on the tax that are paid by companies to the government if they are sponsoring researches within that country. At the moment, Nigeria lacks such provision. And that is one of the reasons why many of the companies who could have invested good amount of money to research are also not encouraged to do it. Apart from TET Fund, which is from governments, individuals that are companies that are sponsoring, there is also possibility of funding in research that covers for postgraduate students, especially PhD students in developed countries. Most of the research that are sponsored, especially by the individual private organizations, help in developing postgraduate studies, especially PhDs. Most PhD research work in developed nations are sponsored. You don't use your personal money to do a PhD, to carry out such an experiment. That is outside the shore of Nigeria. Unfortunately, that is not the case in our country, Nigeria. Maybe one day we will also get there. So one of the major ways that a Nigerian scientist can successfully carry out good quality research with little money is through research collaborations and international research funding. Let me start with research collaboration. If you cannot have all the money you need to carry out the research you want to carry on your own, you have to collaborate. And how do we go about that? Research collaboration can be both locally and internationally. When I say locally, within Nigeria, there are people that have one or two other grants that you can collaborate with. Even without grants, people have different equipment and instruments in their laboratories, which you might not have. And by collaborating with them, you'll be able to make use of those instruments at reduced price if at all you have to pay anything at all. So there could be local collaboration, and then there could be international collaboration. Now, in collaboration, we are talking of an act of working with someone to produce something. You want to work with someone. It is slightly different from cooperation. There is cooperation, there is collaboration. The basic difference between both is that collaboration requires leadership. In cooperation, there might really not be leadership question. Now, in choosing where to collaborate, there are basic things you must settle when you want to know who should I collaborate with or which laboratory should I collaborate with. One of the first things you must consider is what will be your gain if you collaborate with a person. What do you stand to gain? What does your lab stand to gain? What does your study stand to gain by collaborating with that laboratory or with that individual? It is also important for you to settle the question, what will be the gain of your collaborator? They are not Father Christmas. So it is not just because you have a problem, they must just accept you. There should be something the lab you are going to collaborate with, we also gain from the collaboration. There should be something the individual you want to collaborate with, we also gain from the collaboration. The third important thing is that in the new collaboration you want to form with that person, with that lab, who will take the lead? Who will be the leader of that collaboration? Is it the lab you are going to that is going to host you? Is it the host of that lab? Are you going to be the one in charge of it, even though you are collaborating with the person and the lab? You have to settle that before the collaboration starts so as to avoid friction while the collaboration is ongoing. And then before you start the collaboration, you have to settle this point, which is very important. How do you handle the proceeds from the collaboration? When we say proceeds, the publications from the collaboration, who is going to be the first author? Who is going to be the corresponding author? What is going to be the payment method if we have to pay for the publication? You also need to discuss if we are able to get money and we buy equipment or instruments during this collaboration, who is going or which lab is going to manage at the end of this collaboration. Peradventure, also we have excess money from the grant and the collaboration. What do we do with it? All this must specifically be settled before collaboration begins so that you don't run into crisis in the middle of the collaboration. This point is very important because it has distressed so many good collaborations and blocked the road to many more that could have occurred, especially between Nigerians and international community. How do you decide who and where to carry out research collaboration? The following point will help you in deciding who and where to collaborate with. The first point is that you need a researcher whose studies complement your study. A study must be able to complement your studies. Note, I have not said that the study must be the same with yours. In fact, if possible, the study that the person is doing should not be exactly the same thing with your own so that there will not be a problem in the future. The best people to collaborate with are those that their work will complement your work. It makes it easier that each of you have your basic area of focus, but it is complementary. So there is no problem of, oh, I hold that idea. Oh, no, the idea is for my lab. Because it is complementary. So the idea coming from you, the idea coming from the person, helps the research of both of you to grow better, and there is no fight of who owes what. So a researcher whose studies complement yours. The second important point in deciding who to collaborate with is that you need a researcher that have equipment that is necessary for your study. It will be wrong for you to collaborate with someone that lacks what you lack. At the end of the day, both of you are not going anywhere. So we need a collaborator that has an advantage, something you don't have, something your lab does not have. And that will give you an opportunity of gaining of learning, of achieving something through the collaboration. It is also good that when you want to choose a collaborator or a laboratory to work with, you choose one with possible funding. Remember, the reason why we are having this discussion is how to get funding for your work. If you choose a lab that does not have money to sponsor your work, that does not have money for the equipment or the reagents you want to do for your work, you are back to square one. So you want to choose a laboratory with possible funding. And in reality, internationally, there are so many laboratories that have funding on grant that can accommodate some of our studies that we are carrying out here. In fact, some of them are looking for collaborators in Africa so that they can do a comparison of their results with our results and be able to produce a more acceptable result to the international community. The fourth thing we need to look at in deciding who or which lab to collaborate with is that we need a researcher with a good track record of good publication. There are some researchers that are good in carrying out research, but they don't publish good papers. What is the essence of a research that you have done? Use of it. So you don't want to join yourself with a collaborator who is not publishing good papers, who is not communicating what he or she has researched to the scientific world. It means that by the time you finish spending your time and the little money you have on the research you have carried out, at the end of the day, it might end up on the shelf as usual. So you want to choose a researcher with a good track record of good publication. And then it is also important that you choose a collaborator that has a good reputation. A collaborator that has a good reputation. If you want to apply for a grant, collectively, you and the collaborator, for example, and the name of that collaborator is on the blacklist of your sponsor, your research is over. It is also important to note that some people have been blacklisted even in some journals because the work they have submitted, after thorough analysis, they have discovered that these reports are fake. If you collaborate with such a person, you're joining hand with a blacklisted person, indirectly blacklist you too. So you want to choose a researcher with a good reputation. Maybe it is important to ask the question, if you want to go and collaborate with someone that has a good reputation, do you have yourself? Because you can't give what you don't have too. Now, what are the steps to take in choosing a good collaborator? Let me quickly rush through it because I can see my time is flying. The first thing you need to do is, in securing a good collaborator, look online for recent publication in the area of your interest. Search online for publications in your area of interest. The likelihood that the corresponding author of that publication is the owner of the lab is very high. So getting such publication gives you an email address, the name of the lab, and the name of the most senior person as far as that research work is concerned, and then you can develop a discussion or a proposal with such a person. Apart from searching online, another way to choose or look for a good collaborator is by attending conferences and workshops. Let me pause here and sound this note of warning. It is unfortunate that these days, especially in our country, our conferences and workshops are more of as usual. Let's just do it because we have been doing it every year. People don't really come with the aim of coming to learn and forming good collaboration, research collaboration. Conferences and workshops are the best place that you can meet good collaborators who have come to also present the work he or she is doing in his or her lab, and you can say, oh, I am interested in this aspect. Can we collaborate? Let's sit down and talk and see how we can develop a proposal together. And that also means that you don't just sit down as a researcher in your corner alone. You must attend conferences. You must attend workshops. You must hear what others are doing. Share your own idea to be able to get good collaborators. Apart from online conferences and workshops, another place where we can get good collaborators is by joining associations of our field of interest. Each area of specialization have different associations, locally and internationally. Being a member of such association can help you identify very good collaborators. People who have what you need in their lab, who have the expertise, who have the equipment, who probably have the funding that you can collaborate with. So we need to be members of good associations so that we can get this opportunity. Then it is important also that we attend seminars, especially postgraduate seminars. Postgraduate seminars in our institutions, in other institutions that have made advertisements, it is important we attend such seminars. During such seminars, we can get good collaborators that we can work with. Now, when you get the collaborator, the next thing is for you to place a call to that collaborator if it is a local collaborator within our country, Nigeria. You want to call the person, and ask the question, sir, ma, please, I saw this that you published, I read this about you, and I am doing this, I wish we could collaborate. So you place a call, or you can send a well-written, clear email to the person. I have emphasized well-written, clear email. It is not an email that is telling the story of how you became a lecturer or a researcher and how all the problems of the world has been on your neck, you don't have money. They have plenty of things they are doing. So you want to write a short, concise, clear, and well-written email. Now, if the researcher is an international researcher that you plan to collaborate with, it is best not to call, but to firstly send an email. Now, in sending such an email, it is important that you use a captivating title. For example, like the title of the last publication of that person. Because most international researchers are receiving so many emails, including those from scammers. If your email does not specifically attract them, they don't even open it, they delete it. So you want to use a captivating title and then write a sensible, well-written email to them. In the email, you want to state the reason why you have chosen them. You want to state the benefits the person and the lab will also stand to gain by collaborating with you. And importantly, before I leave the issue of collaboration, when you eventually secure a collaborator, whether locally or internationally, you must be faithful with your collaborators. It is not enough to get collaborators, but you must stay faithful to the agreement you have with them. Unfortunately, many people are having problems getting international with the terms and agreements of their collaboration. So they have not only lost the opportunity, they have blocked the road to others that are coming behind. Now, such collaborators will help us in handling our financial work. We'll be able to share ideas, share resources, and then you'll be able to get a better result. Let me leave the collaboration and quickly go to the second aspect, which is the funding, international funding, before we close. There are many international fundings that are available to Nigerians that they can access. Unfortunately, some of these international collaboration or international are closing up on Nigeria because our country, our government is not participating. It's me. Through their sponsorship, I visited 3 different continents. Name
Hello, Dr. Alabi.
Yes, can you hear me now? It was unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. I said, unfortunately, Nigeria has been removed in some of the programs by TWAS because Nigeria has not been participating as expected in sponsoring this program. So it's unfortunate. If Nigeria does not contribute to sponsorship, we might lose some of the international opportunities that we have of getting scholarship and sponsorship from abroad. TWAS.org, and TWAS can give you grants, they can give you fellowship, and they can also give you awards with monetary attachments. Apart from TWAS, we have Commonwealth. Commonwealth has both scholarship and fellowships, and that is their website that I've given. Apart from Commonwealth, we also have International Foundation of Science, IFS. That is another big body that is giving fellowship, grants, and sponsoring for workshops in Nigeria. As Nigerians, you can also benefit from ADH, Alexander von Humboldt.
Hello, Dr. Alabi. Kindly share your slide. We can't see your slide again.
I think somebody is trying to log in and tampering with it.
Okay. Can you please help us to relaunch it again so that we can follow what you are saying? Okay. Hello, Doc. Dr. Alabi, kindly help us to relaunch the slide.
Okay, you can see it again back. And this is the website for Commonwealth. We have IFS and we have AVH. AVH is from Germany and they sponsor fellowships, workshops, and conferences. Whether you are early career or experienced researcher, AVH will also sponsor you. We also have Fulbright. Fulbright has fellowships. Fulbright gives grants, and they also sponsor for workshops too. We have Banting in Canada. Banting in Canada mainly sponsor fellowships, and we can make use of that. The website is there. We have we have Macanto, we have Cider, we have Ford, we have DAD, we have Kata, we have a specific one, and go through step by step. And we'll use one as an example, and we have a practical analysis of how we can secure it. Securing international funding is easier than many people thought. But I'll just summarize the following steps online here. The first one is identify a good laboratory where you want to do your work. You will need a host before you can secure an international fellowship. Once you have secured a host, a researcher, a collaborator, you need to read carefully the information available on the website of the international fund that you want to make use of. If it is trust you want to make use of, you will need to print out the required information, take time to correct. This is the point where many people always fail when they are applying for international funding. And that is the reason why many people don't eventually get the funding, because they don't correctly and carefully fill out the application. So the application is dead on arrival. We must be very careful when we are filling it. It is important for you to seek help. Someone who has won that fellowship will be able to help you both in filling it and in the application, and that will help your work. And using such a person as your referee also carries a good point when you are applying to international funders. So we must also learn, after winning such international funding, to be faithful to the terms and conditions of the fellowship. Not that they have given you money off to another country, you have run away. You only use them as an opportunity to leave the country. Not only will you have wasted the opportunity you will have closed the door on others that are coming behind us. You must protect the name of your institution and your country when you are sent outside as an ambassador of Nigeria. Let me repeat that again. You must protect the name of your institution and country that you are representing when you have the opportunity to go outside for fellowship or grants sponsored by international organization. He who is faithful in little things will soon be a master of more. Let me appreciate the Nanotech group of LAUTECH for giving me this opportunity, for the invitation that you have given me. I'm very grateful, and I pray that God will bless you. Thank you all for listening. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ohe Alabi, for that beautiful presentation. We really appreciate you. I want to believe that the participants have really enjoyed that powerful presentation, and we have learned a lot from the wealth of experience from our amiable and highly resourceful Dr. O.A. Alabi. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to ask the participants if they have questions or whatever is bothering their mind on the just presented lecture, so that our lecturer can quickly take them, those questions, and then provide answers to them. So we welcome questions from the participants. We are expecting questions from the participants. Okay, I can see that there are a lot of beautiful commentaries, accolades about the participants, about the presenter. So somebody said, I really appreciate this presentation. God bless you, Dr. Alabi. Okay, there is a question here. Somebody said, can an undergraduate student also get a collaborator abroad or something like fellowship or grant? If yes, how?
That is a very good question. It's a very good question. Yes, an undergraduate student can get fellowship or grant. Yes, it's very possible. However, it is always important that you get it through your supervisor. I repeat that. It is always important that you get it through your supervisor. You can get without supervisors. For example, PTF can sponsor you without any supervisor. Shell can sponsor you without any supervisor. As of today, TechPon is sponsoring both undergraduate and so you can get. It is for research internationally. It is session with the supervisor out there as your host to work with the person. In such, you not find yourself hanging eventually.
There are some other questions from here. I think somebody is trying to ask. Somebody said he or she couldn't get the answer clearly. Then there is a question that you should kindly elaborate more on getting a host for postdoctoral studies. The question says you should kindly elaborate more on getting a host for postdoctoral studies.
Oh, okay. Studies. Oh, okay. That is one of the easiest thing to do. You want to get a host or a supervisor in another laboratory abroad where you want to go and do your postdoc. Just as I've said, the first thing you need to do is you need to identify the laboratory of interest. The best way to do that is to go online, type the name of the studies that you want to do. For example, I'm in genetic toxicology, and I'm presently working on electronic waste. If you go online and you type genetic studies on electronic waste, it will give you publications of scientists from all over the world that have published anything related to genetic studies in electronic waste. From the corresponding author of those publications, you will see the country where they are from, the name of the laboratory, and the name of the professor. If it is a country where you are interested, all you just need to do is to pick the email address of that corresponding author and then write an email to the person. Oh, I am working on electronic waste. I've seen your publication on electronic waste.
Hello, Dr. Alabi. Hello, sir. I think that network is very poor. Hello, Dr. Alabi. Hello. Hello, doctor.
Because I'm interested in genetic studies of electronic waste for my postdoctoral studies. Now, the person will reply you, oh, okay, you are free to come. The only thing is that we can hear you. Hello?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. The network is poor, but we can hear you. Hello? Hello, doc. Hello, Dr. Alabi. We are very sorry. We have lost that signal from Dr. Alabi. So we will be taking the question later on when we are able to get access to him again. So maybe we just continue with the program. So what we have now, is the middle pool. So we have a number of questions that we would like the participants to provide answers to. We are going to launch the questions now, and we want us to take about 5 minutes to answer those questions. It is very, very important that we respond to the questions so that we'll be able to assess our performance so far, especially as regards the conference on nanotechnology. I think we have the questions already launched. So we want the participant to kindly answer those questions. So we want participants to answer the questions. So people have not been voting. So we have 10 questions. So it won't take much of our time. So let's kindly take pain to respond to those questions. Okay. Okay. So let's look at the questions and provide answers to them. None. So we have 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes, as I said before. So let's do it quickly. We can see that we have 137 participants in the house. I think Dr. Labi is back. Please, let's respond to the questions. So 2 participants have submitted already. 4. We have 5 participants out of 137. Now 8, 9. The number has moved to 14. Thank you very much. We now have 22 participants, 24. We have 31, 32. So let's endeavor to respond to the questions and submit. It's very important for the program that we are running. Already we have 50 out of 137 that have submitted. That's very good. Thank you. Yeah, this is beautiful. We have 61 participants, representing 45% of people in the house. So we should try more. So let's do it. Yes, we can do better. "74 out of 139 participants. Now we have 81 out of 139, representing 58% of the participants. Let's try more. The participants should fill the questions, to provide responses to the questions and submit. Yes, we have 63% now. We can do better. Yes, we are moving. "91 out of 141 participants. This is not bad, but we can do better. We have 2 minutes more. 2 minutes to go. These questions won't take much of our time. Let's do it quickly so that we can move on. Yes. Let's try more. So we have 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. 98 out of 140, representing 70% of the participants. You can do better. This is very important now to assess our activities today. And more importantly, it will help us to improve on the subsequent program that we have for the scientific community. Let the participants endeavor to answer the questions. Thank you as you are doing so. Few seconds to go. Few seconds to go. We are almost there. Let's try more. Almost there. We are now at 76%. We are targeting 90%, please. Let's try. Let's try. It won't take much of our time. We are almost through. This is fantastic. Yes, yes. Almost there, almost there. We can do better. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do better. Let's put. Let's put. Let's put. Almost there. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading the pool now. So we are at 83%, and our target is 90%. We are heading the pool now. We want to round up. Ladies and gentlemen, almost through. Almost through. In fact, this is very good. This is fantastic. We have really tried. Let's try more. 86%. We are almost there. 87%. 117 out of 134. 87%. In fact, it really shows that most of us are really participating in these activities. Thank you very much for sparing your time. This is very wonderful. It has been a worthwhile exercise. I think we have to end the poll now. Yeah, after the poll, we can see from here that for the first question, how will you describe the opening ceremony and the workshop? 69% of the participants chose very interesting and informative. 28% went for interesting. 3% fair, interesting, and informative. And while 0% neither interested nor interesting or informative. For the second question, how will you rate the presenters? In fact, from what you can see here, we have 62% of the participants saying that the presenters are excellent. 34 went for very good. So which means it has been a huge success. Then, number 3, The question says, did the lecture and the workshop enhance your interest in nanotechnology research? This is very wonderful. 97% of the participants said yes, while 3% went for not really. Then the next question, question number 4, how informative is NanoPlus website? So we have 51% saying that the website is very informative. 40% went for informative, while 9% said they are not aware of the website. But now, from what we have done here today, you are now aware. So you should always visit the website for first-hand information on nanotechnology. Then question number 5. Question number 5. The question says, will you be willing to submit article to or review article for NanoPlus journal? About 89% of the participants said yes, while 10% said they are not sure. Okay, so maybe there will be a change of heart as time goes on. Question number 6. Nanotechnology is about the study of the material at nanoscale. Which of these describe the dimension of the nanoscale? 14% went for above 100 nanometer, while 76% went for between 1 to 100 nanometer, which means most of the participants are well aware of what nanoparticles are. Over 4% went for over 200 nanometer, while 6% said that they don't know. Okay, we go to the next question. That is question number 7, which says, select the top 3 universities in Nigeria with outstanding nanotechnology research. So this is a multiple choice question. Wow, 91% of the participants at this year conference says LAUTECH is an outstanding nanotechnology research university. That is beautiful. Followed by UNILAG and the OAU with a 21%. So we have UHI with 23%. Yes, sorry. From the pool, we have Footmena with 29%. And that is the next institution to Ladoke University of Technology. So then we go to the next question. The question says, select the factors, as many as you can, you consider as militating against nanotechnology engagement in Nigeria. This is also multiple choice. You are entitled to, you are given the opportunity to take as many responses as possible. So, but the most important factor, as agreed upon here, is lack of analytical equipment. This was taken by 79% of the participants. So, and we believe that the Tech Fund and Ministry of Science and Technology will please pay attention to this particular area, that for meaningful research in the area of nanotechnology, we shall be needing analytical equipment. Then the next one in the line is 57%. That is lack of support from government and private sector. So which means the government, the representative of the government here, from Science and Technology, from the Ministry of Science and Technology, they should please pay attention that we need government support for meaningful outcome that can have impact on the life of people in the area of nanotechnology. So we will need support from the government. Then the private sector also, they should engage our experts in the university so that they can contribute their quota to the development of research in the area of nanotechnology, thereby delivering goods and services to our people. So ladies and gentlemen, we move to question number 9. Have you done any study in the area of nanotechnology before? 57% says yes, while 43% says no, which means we still need to sensitize the community in the area, in the beauty and the gain of conducting research in the area of nanotechnology in our respective domain. Then question number 10, do you envisage problem in the application of nanotechnology in our environment? 51% of the participants said yes. 31% says no. then 90% are not sure. But I want to tell you here that by tomorrow, by the special grace of God, one of our eminent professors will be talking on that particular aspect, and we want you to please create time to join us so that you can appreciate the presentation in order to give a kind of answer to your request. So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very wonderful exercise since morning. So we want to appreciate everybody for taking part in this particular pool. Without wasting time, we move on to. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank the lecturer of the day, Dr. Alabi, for the lecture that was given to us. And we want to appreciate everybody for paying attention to the lecture. And we promise to make the slide available for the participants at the end of the conference. Thank you very much for your time. So now the next thing is that we go on for lunch break. But before the break, okay, before the break, we want you to pay attention to the information that one of the technical crew want to provide. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again for your time. So we are going to go for 1 hour break, and then we'll come back at 2:30. But while doing that, we are going to break into 2 sections, just like we do physically. So we are going to have biomedical section, and then we are going to have physical and engineering section. So I'm going to break this room into 2, and then you will just click join the room you want to join. I will do it now so that we can join as we take our break. I will break us into two rooms, and then you can. Okay. 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 The other one. Okay. 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 All right. So by the time we come back, as I said, we are going to have 2 rooms. The first room will be, one will be for biomedical. The second room will be for physical and engineering. For those who are going to present, if your abstract number starts with P, that means you will join the physical and engineering room. If your abstract starts with B, you are going to join the biomedical room. If you didn't submit any abstracts, you can join any of these 2 rooms. So by the time you come back, I'm going to break, and then your phone or your laptop will prompt you to join one of the rooms. So just click the room that is relevant to your presentation based on your abstract. So if your abstract number starts with P, that means that's physical. If your abstract starts with B, that's for biomedical. So we're going to have 2 rooms, just like we have it in the real life. So at this moment, may I say that we can go for our lunch break, and we are going to reconvene by 2:30. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. So if you have any question about it, please, you can contact us. We have already released a lot of information that you should upgrade the Zoom application on your phone, because if it is not upgraded, you will not be able to break into these rooms. So please, you can use the opportunity of 1 hour to upgrade either your laptop or your phone based on the Zoom app. So if you have any other question, you can inform us either by chat or by phone call or by email. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. So we welcome you to the last leg for today's presentation. As I said before the break, we want all of us to join one room or the other. Look at your abstract number. If your abstract number starts with P, that means you are meant for physical and engineering group. So just join that room. If your abstract starts with B, that means you are meant for biomedical room. I've already created 2 rooms, so just join one of them. If you are using your phone, you're going to see something like 2x2 matrix. You will see something like 2x2 matrix. That's a breakout room. So if you click it, it's going to show you the 2 rooms. Just click the room you are going to join. If you are using your laptop, go down to the bottom of your page, you will see breakout room. If you don't see it there, click more. Then you are going to see it under more. So we still have 51 participants who are yet to go to their rooms. So we want everybody to go to their room. Currently, we have a sizable number of participants in physical engineering room, as well as in biomedical room. So please kindly join your room. We're going to start in the next maximum 5 minutes, please. Join your room. If you have any challenge, please chat me up. I can't see anything. Yes, I will be there. We already informed all of us that we should update our Zoom app. If you don't update your Zoom app, you will not be able to see it. So you have to update it. We have already said this for the past 3 or 4 days. We've been sending email that you should update your app. If you don't update it, that means you will not be able to join any of the room, implying that you will not be able to make your presentation. So, but you can do that now. You can update your Zoom app. If you are using phone, just go to Google Play Store, search for Zoom. Then once the app comes in, if your app is updated, you will see open. If your app is not updated, you will see updates. If you are using your laptop, the easiest way is that you go to the home page of your app, go to your profile picture. You can just click on your profile picture. Then you will see drop-down menu where you will see update app. So just click the update and follow the procedure. Then you get it updated. And then you'll be able to see join. Please go to your room. Go to your room. That's for technical section. If you are staying inside this room, you will not hear anything. Nobody's here. No presentation will be made in the general room. Presentation will be made in the breakout room. So please join now. Please join now.
you are using phone, just tap it, you see breakout.
So if you are using your phone, just tap it. You're going to see like a 2x2 matrix, and that's the breakout room. Click the matrix, and then you are going to see the 2 rooms. So you can just click the one you want to join. It will take you to the room. It will look as if it is logging you out, and then it will put you into another room. It's like you are closing your room and you are going to another room. So please move in, please. Move in, please. If you have any other thing, let me know. I'm using laptop. I can see the link to biomedical. There's no link. It's not a link. It's a breakout room. So if you are using your laptop, just look at the bottom of the app page. You're going to see breakout rooms.
4 rectangles.
It's like a 4 rectangle 2x2. Like a 2x2 matrix, 4 rectangles. Just click it, and then it will show you the 2 available rooms. If you can't see it, then go to more, click more, then open more, you will see breakout under more. If you are using your phone, just tap your phone, you are going to see that 2x2 matrix. Click it, you will see the 2 available rooms. Please do that. We are starting by 2:40. You will not be able to listen to any presentation in this general room. This is general room. No presentation is going to be conducted in the general room. No one, Father. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have been trying to move some of our participants to their respective rooms, but we don't really know where everyone belongs. So we have moved about 20, but we don't know. Please go to your room, either biomedical or physical engineering. So we still have about 22 participants in the general room. You ought to be in the breakout room, because no presentation will be conducted in the general room.
Anybody that has any challenge to Oladipo Isiaka, biomedical. Oladipo Isiaka. Biomedical.
Okay, you can type the room you ought to belong in the chat box. Just your name and the room you ought to belong. Samia to Gumbade.
Biomedical.
Okay. So just type your name and the room you are ought to belong. Please put me in biomedical. Who is this? Chide Igwe. See. Sorry. Biomedical. Biomedical. Yeah, biomedical.
So biomedical.
Can you change your biomedical? Okay.
Omeyi, biomedical.
Biomedical. Okay. So please, Ajayi. Ajadi Mary. Biomedical. Biomedical. Okay. Joel. Okay.
Physical.
Joel. Physical. Okay. Everything.
Ikoria. Do you have a Korea there?
You want the one to one
Esther. Okay, I should locate them.
Please, somebody use iPhone. We cannot identify you. iPhone. You need to change to your name. Rapturu.
Physical.
Okay. What is that? Ige America. Ati ṣe. Ah, ó tún sọ wà mẹ́rin.
Ó ti lọ bóyá ọkọ ó rò pé bóyá bẹ́ẹ̀ ló wà.
No, kò yẹ kí wọ́n lè chat in gan. Báwo ni wọ́n ṣe lè chat in? Unfortunately, àwọn tá a bá ti mistakenly. So please type in your Mr. Adamu Bala physical. Okay. All right, please type in Oladipo Isiaka, Isa Adamu Isa, Oladipo Isiaka. Oladipo, there's no Oladipo here. Somebody is using iPhone. We don't know where you belong. Somebody is using number 982389. We don't know where you belong. Olaoluwa Biomedical, Olaoluwa Joseph. I cannot see Olaoluwa here. I cannot see Olaoluwa here. Olaoluwa Adamu. Please, I can't locate my room. Oladipo Isiaka. I cannot see Oladipo Isiaka here, please. Okay, I see that. Okay, Olaoluwa Joseph. Olaoluwa Joseph, no. So please, type the room you are ought to belong to, please. Okay, for those who are still in the general room, please, you can speak up now. Just unmute your microphone and talk. Let me know where you belong to. Tell me your name. Tell me your name. Agbola Olatomiwa. Where should you be? Ajayi Olayiwola.
I should be in my biomedical.
Your name, please.
Ajayi Olayiwola, biomedical.
Ajayi Olayiwola, biomedical. Okay.
I can't locate myself.
Okay.
Equaria Esther.
Eh?
Equaria Esther, I'm for physical.
Igiola Esther.
Equaria Esther.
Warrior.
Yes. Physical.
We cannot see in the general room.
I'm here.
You are not in the general room.
Is IKH. That's the spelling.
Is that the way you put it? I cannot see it in the. Can you see your name there?
She's here. She's in the general room. The general room. IKH.
IKH. Okay, let me check again. Check it. Why you this or no?
No, physical.
Physical.
Rahim Alabisi, physical.
Physical.
Zainab.
Biomedical. Titi Adetola Kilani. Titi Adetola Kilani. Which room?
Shira Chike Vincent. Shira Chike Vincent.
Okay, which room?
Physical and engineering.
All right. Any other person, please? We still have 9 more in the general room.
Agbolade, biomedical.
Agbolade, biomedical. Okay. Babawale Ismail. Barakat Yakin. Dr. Ibrahim Olaluwa Joseph. Olasokami. Any other person? We don't have it again in the general room. You're already in the biomedical. You should be in biomedical.
Yes, sir.
Barakat Yakin. Then there's Vivo 1901. Titi Adetola Kilani. Okay, I think we can go now. I think we have done more than enough.
Adiola, okay, kò sí bíbẹ̀ o, pé kó rí login àti ìkóra, they should re-login. Because mo check Adiola nísìn kò sí biomedical.
Adiola Igi, you are not in the general room, you are also not in biomedical. Maybe you need to re-log in, log out and then log in. And then Professor Ikoria, you also need to re-log in. We cannot see you unless you are using another name. Okay, this physical. Okay, I think we can start now.
Salam.
Okay.
Physical.
Okay, I think we can start. So those of us who are still in the general room, you will see that nobody is presenting in the general room. We have two breakout rooms, physical and engineering, and then biomedical. They are already there and the presentation is already going on. If you are still in the general room, you are just playing. You can tell me your name and then I can assign you, and then the room you want to belong, I can assign you into that room. Otherwise, you will not hear any presentation, you will not take part in the rest part of the conference for today. So just type your name and then the room you ought to join. Because I will also leave the general room and join one of the rooms now to listen to presentation. Please do that now. Physical. Engineering. Please write your name and the group you want to join. Please. Once again, those of us in the general room that are listening to me now, you are not participating in any of the ongoing
You are already there.
All right, I want to welcome you back to the main room. You are welcome back to the main room after a very rigorous technical section. So we had two in parallel, just like we do have it physically. So we can see the essence of technology now. We are deploying technology to propagate nanotechnology. So just like we did physically, we did it using technology now. So my dear participant, I think we have really had a very nice time today. And I want to thank all of you for staying with us up to this time. I know the time is well spent. This is 5:02 by my laptop here. So I want to thank you, all the moderators, Professor Gunleye, Professor Bello. You won't know that the two moderators are not here in LAUTECH. One is moderating from far away Landmark University and one is here in LAUTECH. So it has been a very nice day with all of you. So tomorrow, by God's grace, we are not starting at 10 o'clock officially, rather we are starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So between 9 and 9:45, we are going to have a joint section together. After 9:30 or 9:45, I'm not too sure, we are going to break like we have broken today. So we'll break into two rooms, physical and engineering, as well as biomedical. And then we'll, hopefully by 3 or 3:30 tomorrow, we should be able to complete. Okay, so at 9 o'clock tomorrow, as I said, we want everybody to be here because we'll be listening to Professor Abdulkarim Saka, who will be talking about the application of nanotechnology for sustainable water treatment. That's going to be a fantastic lecture. So please let us make it a date. So after breaking into section tomorrow, we are still going to have two invited lectures as well before we start the actual presentation. So I think I will let everybody go now because I'm sure that I'm tired and I'm very sure that most of us are also tired. Okay, I'm going to allow everyone to unmute him or herself so that we can say hello, we can say thank you, how are you, nice to see you. You can put on your video and audio now to say hello.
Hello, thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, brother Solomon Bello.
Hello.
Nice session. Well done. Nanotechnology introduction.
Hello.
Thank you, thank you.
Bless you.
Hello from here. Thank you. My wonderful professor. Thank
Professor Bello.
Sister Debbie, you are cited.
Well done.
Thank you.
Pastor Aziz, Professor Yakin.
Appreciate all of you.
Thank you very much, madam.
Abundantly.
It's a nice collaboration, in fact.
Professor Yakin, I can see you.
It's open.
We really appreciate your work. It's very much.
It's open.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the support.
No.
We appreciate.
Thank you. Give me another data. My chairman, I'm going to give you another data.
Professor Taufik.
Let banana data, don't worry.
Professor Moise. Professor Mosiba.
Really appreciate it.
Professor Aziz.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Why is my verse?
No.
Okay, no problem.
One big camera I see.
My chairman.
Send my verse to Abuja, Professor Musiba.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure, sir.
Hello, guy.
Abaduni, Borie.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Yeah, well done, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well done. Yeah. Atubani, I can see you. Okay.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
It is time to go home and take a beautiful rest. 1 minute, I'm going to log everybody off. Commander.
Oh, thank you. You have a nice time.
Have a nice night and see you tomorrow.
Okay,
Professor Bello.
Hello.
Enjoy landmark.
Yeah.
No,